Y'all ready for this? Good morning. What is today? Wednesday, June 12th. Good morning. Happy June 12th. Oh my goodness. So Proctor is still on the stand. We are a couple hours behind. But that's okay. I did peek in. I'm sure everybody else did. Piers Allen Jackson is hammering Proctor, and I'm here for it. What about you guys? Everybody got their popcorn ready? Ready for some popcorn? Got your I have coffee. It's in the kitchen, but I also have my big tumbler of water. We'll pretend it's tea. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. Also, we got our pool open. Yay! Now, when I say open, I literally mean we just took the cover off of it. There are leaves in it, and it needs, the whole like brand new opening. We filled it up, topped it off with water. Um, had to pull the water hose out of it because it got to the right level. So when Dale gets home today from work, he's going to be turning the pump on, get the water circulating, throw some shock in there, get the leaves cleaned out, and yes, we always get a late start on our pool opening, but that's okay, right? Let me jump in and say hey to everybody before we get started. If you are stumbling in here and you are new to the Crime Cafe, welcome, welcome, welcome. We love new family members. Would love for you to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe if you like it over here. Also, if you're watching on the replay, put a hashtag replay in the comment section. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to say hey to the friends in the cafe today. Lauren. Hey, Lauren and Henny, our mom and daughter duo. Hey, Miss King. There's another mom and daughter duo, Miss King and Patricia. I don't know if Patricia's in here yet, but hi, Miss King. Good morning. Good morning, QB. Yeah, QB. QB got me there. Everybody put your DNA on the thumbs up button, on the like button, please and thank you. And all the other YouTubey things. We love it. We love it, love it. Steph is dying. Good morning, Sherry. Good morning, sweet Morgana. Y'all ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Get your popcorn and drinks ready. Make sure that popcorn is extra buttered and salted, right? Let's see, who else do we have? There's Patricia. Hey, Miss Ma'am. Hi. Pins and needles, huh? Right? On today's episode, the sheer audacity of Proctor and Jackson pinning his butt to a corner. Pretty much. Pretty much. Pretty much. All right, let's see. Brigada says mine's been open, but haven't been in yet. It's been too cold. I know. FYI, they sell frog logs for your pools. What are frog logs? What are frog logs? Very interested to know what a frog log is. We do have tadpoles, an escape ramp. What? An escape ramp frog log. I'm so confused. Steph's like, I'm guessing floating logs for the frogs to sit on. Google it. Okay, I will definitely Google it. Morgana, go Google it and tell me what it is. I'm interested to know. An escape ramp. So the frogs can get out of the pool and don't drown. Okay, okay, okay. Very interesting. There's Margaret. So, I mean, good morning, Margaret. So the frog log might be a good idea, considering, that one time I told you guys about the bullfrog in the pump leaf basket that was like dead and gross. The problem is though, see, we have a pond that's right behind the pool. And we live in the country, and so the pond, like, there's naturally a lot of frogs. I don't know. They usually steer clear because of the bleach in the water, right? The chlorine, not bleach, chlorine, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah, we don't want critters to drown. That's true. All right. So let's get started, you guys. We're going to go. We are going to go. How timely that Margaret arrives while I'm pooping. Steph, Margaret, welcome in. Margaret says, Steph. Margaret probably hasn't even had her coffee yet. Why? She said, why? Ah. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Hey ye, hey ye, hey ye. Let me make myself whittle bitty. Oh, goodness gracious. Steph. I'm barely alive, and I get this.
You are unmuted.
There you go. There you go. Dry, wet, dry. That's right.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in Norfolk County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open.
God save the Queen.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Morgana. I'm not Snow White.
Please, we were all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone. Everyone said yes and nodded. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation? Everyone said yes and nodded.
Ooh, did you see? She said something to him, and did you see the look on his face? You guys, watch that. Watch this. Watch. I'm going to rewind it just a few seconds. Karen whispers something to Yannetti, and the look, like Yannetti's face jerks back, and the look on his face is like, what? Wonder what she said to him. Hold on, watch. Watch.
Follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone.
What?
Everyone said yes and nodded. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation? Everyone said yes and nodded.
I wonder what that was
Did
about.
anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case?
Wonder what that was about.
Everyone said no.
She said frog log. What? Frog logs?
They know why, but it's my job to tell you that it's personal to that juror. It has nothing to do whatsoever with this case, and you're not to consider that.
Speak up, Bev. Or we're going to turn the AC off.
Remember that when digital evidence or text messages were introduced earlier, I gave you an instruction. I'm required to give you this instruction again. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or transmitted the message was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the witness or the other people in the text message thread was the person who authored,
She's basically saying, yo, these are Proctor's words. They're Proctor's words. I'm sorry, he sucks as a human, but these are Proctor's words. I mean, that's really not what she's saying, but I'm like pretending that's what she's saying.
or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that communication in deciding that case. So it's an instruction I'm required to give you. I should have given it to you on Monday. All right, with that, can we bring the witness in, please?
I love that, Patricia. Clothes need to be taken care of by the Doves from Cinderella. Cinderella, Cinderella. Oh my God, you guys. There's Mr. Leaky Mouth, Loose Mouth, Loose Balloon Mouth Proctor.
Good morning, Trooper.
Loose
All
lip.
right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, as a matter of housekeeping, I would move to omit the packet of text messages with date stamps inclusive of 02680, 02685 that was referred to on Monday.
Drinking his
Is there an
fancy
objection to the
water.
written one coming in?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Why don't I see you at sidebar on this?
He's drinking his fancy water. His bougie water. He's drinking his water, QB. All right, let's skip. Why's everybody in Boston got fancy water, man? Just get some great value. It's a lot cheaper. It's a lot cheaper. I bet you he saves the fancy bottles and puts tap water in them. What do you want to bet?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
One more matter of housekeeping. I have another set of iOS messages that are inclusive of pages 2527 through 25.
Margaret, but I just said that. That's water from the sink.
I'd like to have these marked as, for identification as next in order.
All right, if you have any others, let's have them all marked for identification at the same time.
He's like, I say nasty things, but I drink bougie water.
Your Honor, may I stand at council table to
Yeah, sure.
deal with this?
I have to put expensive water in my nasty, cheap word mouth.
Let's try and do it quickly. It's just for Mr. Jackson, let's try and do it quickly. It's just for identification.
Toilet water.
Yes, yes, these are all just for identification.
Yep.
I'll give the court the inclusive base stamp number.
Mm-mm.
Next packet would be 2680,
Fancy pantsy. Right,
2685.
Morgana? They think they're fancy pantsy.
Sorry, that was the first one.
Right.
Mark's easy. The second one is 2527.
Come on, let's get to it. Let's get to it. I want to see some,
45.
like,
The next set would be a single page 2625. The next packet would be 2662.
All right. Love you, AJ, but we need the meat and potatoes, man. Not the
2634. and
leafy
finally,
green salad here.
586.
Reporter, if you'd be so kind, please. Thank you.
Elizabeth Little's
Fair
hair looks
approach?
pretty
Yes.
today. Lots of whispering going on over there today. Come on with your big bad self. Let's go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ooh, she has a cute purse. Did you see her purse? Look at her handbag. That's cute. Look at that. It's like, I don't know. Can you see it? The sister-in-law in the back. Hold on. Watch. She's got a lifesaver out. She's trying to open. Now watch. Look at her purse. Super cute. Super cute.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cute bag.
All right, go right ahead,
Thank
Mr.
you, Your Honor.
Jackson.
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you. Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's a private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 chat participants that you engaged with.
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird,
Smartest thing she
Whitey,
could have
and
done,
Doc,
QB.
correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there. They're identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Or he.
Yes.
I don't know if it was a man or woman.
So this is a
but-
group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
talk over coffee.
No, I do not.
I want to take a look at page 2527, if you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize
Oh,
that this
petition.
chat, this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who was fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficiently. Isn't that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They wanted it. They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
Right.
That's
Miss
as soon
King.
as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually. You have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah,
Said the owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
that's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner is a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner is a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer, nope, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh goodness, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston cop.
why he's not going to get any shit. Correct, Trooper Proctor?
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
So let him finish. We didn't get the, finish
Some-
your answer?
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Yes, ma'am.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had you had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? Then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. That term.
All right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that. Correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, nope. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, You had this case
A
nice
whole
and wrapped
binder,
up,
right,
didn't you?
QB?
Yes, based on the evidence my office uncovered that day, the one shoot discovered at the scene, the one shoot at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight pieces underneath the snow.
Super Proctor, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked, did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes,
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him, question mark, right?
yes,
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
yes,
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression
Mhm.
that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
Mhm.
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes
a
or no?
medical.
That's yes
No,
or no?
he's going to answer the question. If you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Will the real Proctor Trooper please stand up?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. It was still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics, correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had, a physical altercation leading to a death, correct?
Correct.
So when you just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware initially that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises? Ever?
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
And that's
60
enough
plus.
A person out of the chute, right?
60 plus miles per hour. So
Mm.
I can't recall right now, off the top of my head, as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing,
Correct.
pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
That was a
Those are
really
high-speed,
long pause
extremely
you took
high-speed
there too,
incidents,
right?
correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the Pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
Trooper Proctor, let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever, in your experience, seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Next question.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove, correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No. I
You had a narrative that you had developed and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement. according-
Correct.
Okay. 0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
Right, Patricia? I'm so
Don't
glad that
believe I
they
named
caught
the
all this,
defendant.
Not yet, you didn't.
that they
Later
did
in
it
the
all
chat.
over text message.
Okay, correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, at about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
I do, sir, yes.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton. Correct?
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back, I'm sorry, can I have a moment?
Yes.
Flip to that page.
I see where you're at, sir.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way.
Oh
Just
my
like
God, do
Boston
it,
PD
Margaret.
was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Do it.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537. "5051 writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?"
Yes.
And Berg writes, "something stinks,"
Mm.
correct?
Correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, "Yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl." Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, "Yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry," correct?
No.
You didn't write, "Yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us." You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, "Yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions." You didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, "Yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl." Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated,
Just noticed.
we're going to put serious
Officer
charges on
O'Keefe's
the
dad is
girl.
back in
What did
there
you mean by
today.
the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence from that day on the 29th. And everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and
She's
make
got
sure
a
we do this thoroughly. The question you were
massive
answering
smirk.
was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry since it involves cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see. Let's keep reading, shall we? 5051, a little further down, says, "Gotta be. I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there." Correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn. Correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
Can't speak to the mindsets of that comment. I
Mhm.
wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5051 changes gears and he writes, "She hot at least?" Correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't
Oh,
do a thing
crap.
wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
Oh my
That's what you wrote,
God.
correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation.
Yes.
Trigger
Into your
warning is up.
objective and
Scrolling along the
unbiased,
bottom.
thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you didn't have all accounts, did you?
Trigger
I meant by
warning,
that
trigger
was-
warning.
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
The accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And then
you
some.
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from percipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had, investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes,
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
yes.
What else did you say in response to, she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark?
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Miss Reed.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body, her physique, correct?
Yes,
You think that's appropriate?
absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy. Not newsworthy then, correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, she didn't have an ass. Nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was zero chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
Zero chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dried, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that
Margaret,
she's
my
fucked.
mind
That's what you
automatically
were saying.
did not read that
Objection.
word.
All right, so
that
that's
you just
sustained. You
typed.
can, the content's fine. You have to ask it different.
As
17 hours into this investigation,
The
Trooper
word
Proctor, you made the decision
Jackson keeps
that
saying
you were
over
going
and
to
over.
put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks, and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, we went through
A D
the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's
Ooh,
skating.
really, QB?
When you said zero chance she skates,
Really?
she's fucked. What you meant was, I'm going to make sure, I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in. Good, no ass bitch, right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
Oh my God.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you? Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking
Yep.
you, did you think it was funny?
No, according to my response at the time, apparently.
Then you sent a picture, just to add to it, to pile on, of Miss Reed being arrested,
Lord have
correct?
mercy.
I don't.
Kel, right? Hey, Kel, good to see you. But right? God.
Not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543.
Makes me want to punch my husband when he gets home from work just because he's a man.
Are you there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
Ooh,
The date is
Let me
now
just-
February 2nd, 2022.
right in the face.
A person by the name of Doc writes,
Right in the
is that
nose.
chick a smoke? Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Miss Reed.
And you write E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
And then you write what?
You don't recommend it?
She's got a
Steph?
leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
Jesus, Jesus, Jesus.
Your essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Your anus?
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Yes.
You
Oh,
were
he's
making fun
going.
of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
Yes.
He's going to shred
And then you
him right
followed
now.
that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You could get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
It's because he is one, Steph. He's a leaky balloon knot. Jeez, help me.
Were you aware at the time that you wrote this that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
That was not, sir. No.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months, several years prior? 10.
I was not aware of that.
Then how did you know?
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered with, she was a victim of for years? Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustained.
But you decided that you're going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy. 1 second, sir.
You're a disgusting human. What I want to know is how does he know if he didn't know about her medical condition? Then how did he know to say what he said about her medical issue? You know what I'm saying? Right, Kel? 100%. For someone who claims she has no ASS, they sure are talking about hers a lot. While he's the biggest one of the bunch, he's a big ol' ass. He is. Oh, he is a balloon knot, a leaky balloon knot. That's what he is. Oh my God. Mm. He making me mad.
You decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
Mm-mm.
No, sir.
He's like, I wish to God it did.
Let's skip to 2543. On the same date, February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes,
And you wrote, "Nothing, writing a warrant." Is that right?
correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes,
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?" Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you, sidebar. Take that down, please.
Why did they sustain that? Why? I mean, you're right. Somebody ought to write a warrant for his mouth. I don't know, Margaret or Morgana. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. QB said she's like all like woo in defense of him, his act. I don't know if she's defending his actions. I personally would be mortified, but
Without
that-
reference to
Take that down.
without reference to the specifics of what was
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
sure.
oh my God.
You are unmuted.
They had the text messages on the screen, I'm sure, Patricia.
Trooper Proctor, without getting to the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss, this reads, medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead
Ooh,
and
wait,
ask the
wait.
question you said you'd ask.
Let me
Was
go
there a
back.
continued discussion that finished on this subject
Hold
matter?
on, I'm gonna hear what he wasn't
Mr.
supposed to ask.
Specifics of the word. Trooper Proctor, without getting to the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss, this reads, medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask.
Hmm.
Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
Was there a continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes,
On Monday, you indicated that your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? That's what you
Correct.
said to the jurors.
correct.
Do you know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
It means the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
When you say they're juvenile and regrettable, sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury
Mhm.
for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
For those text,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Super Proctor, have you ever apologized to Ms. Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
He should.
As the lead investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making
Publicly.
sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. It's part of your job, correct?
correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation, in this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabe's.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time.
Mhm.
Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024, that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabes?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said.
Objection.
Do you remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at those grand jury minutes?
Yes.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563.
So many pages of so many text messages. Oh my gosh.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Let me have a minute to go through these 5 billion and 2 million and 3 trillion messages to find which.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you'd review that and look up when you're finished.
I need to go get my coffee. The water is not doing it for me. I need an adult beverage after hearing this man's mouth today.
Now, Your Honor.
Okay.
What say you guys?
Would that refresh your recollection about a question and answer?
100%
You have a
Morgana.
series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
Yes. Lauren's like, she's so aggressive when she says yes. Yes. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum.
You were asked the question,
Oh, hold on. Did I
Quote,
miss
did you-
something?
You are unmuted.
You are unmuted. Right, Lauren?
Mayor, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Cheers.
You were asked the question, quote, did you communicate with First Assistant DA Beelan that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. question, meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Yes, that's
So,
true.
so your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And that's your testimony that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was no,
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
or know them.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So you do
You
know
asked-
the Alberts, correct?
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, they asked if there was any relationships.
And let's try this again. Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts and members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mhm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or, communications, frequent communications. That's how I interpreted
Well, that might have been a
relations.
good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That might have been a good time to answer the question, I know these three individuals from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
But your answer was one word, correct, right?
Yes,
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
correct.
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
Correct.
You also told ADA Lally that you, quote, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or
Did
McCabe
not
families.
have
correct?
relations with
Correct.
that woman.
And that's just not true, is it? You did know, you do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about part of the question? Did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families. How about that part of the question?
That was
Well,
supposed to have
that's
been a Bill
lumped in with the
Clinton.
McCabe's. I don't know the
Robert,
McCabe family,
but-
sir.
I see. So
Not
what
sure
you
if it
did,
came
Trooper
out that way.
Proctor, is you dissected the sentence. And where relationships are concerned, you ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabe's because you don't know the McCabe's. That's what you did?
No.
Objection.
So it's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Not sure I can. I'll ask it a different way. How about if I just ask it this way? That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, absolutely not.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes,
That you don't know at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any
Mhm.
members of the Albert family?
I
Patricia
don't have
got it.
relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll let him have it. Do you understand the question, Trooper?
I knew Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family, that would have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, this is the point at which
I would want to
I
get in
intend to
trouble
turn
just
this
so
back
he would
through
be my
and
defense
I
lawyer.
will-
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Just feel free to
kidding.
stand.
I'm kidding. I don't know where the dude's from. But yeah, I really like him a lot. Okay. Y'all, I'm about to have to go take a potty break. So I'm going to get to the next part. And then I'm going to go take a potty break, get some coffee. And if they go to a sidebar, I'll try to run back in here. I'll take my phone with me. These sidebars are like massive, man. We really were on a break. Look, these are 10, 15-minute long sidebars, yo.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Margaret's gonna start selling foot pictures on OnlyFans. So I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Margaret's like, I'm leaving and I'm never coming back ever again. Hold on, let me paint my toes. Ay, ay, ay.
Trooper Proctor, you've
Margaret's
indicated
like,
that
I'm in
your
for it. That's a great
sister
idea.
is one of your best friends, maybe your best friend.
Yes,
Courtney Proctor, that's her name? Courtney
correct.
Proctor. Elberg?
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L.
Okay, I
And
gotta
you're
go get
aware
coffee
that
and use the poppy.
she's also very, very good friends
We'll
with
have it in 5
Jillian
minutes.
Daniels,
That's right,
Julie
Margaret.
Albert.
Correct.
All right, I'll be right back.
Are you aware of any circumstance in which any of the Alberts have been over to your parents' house?
Yes,
Have you ever been over at your parents' house when any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
yes,
Those Alberts include Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, correct?
correct.
As a matter of fact, you were on or around January 29th, 2022, you were close enough friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to my question. Did you have her cell phone in your phone and did she have yours?
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
Tab 4. All right, if you would turn to tab 4.
And what was this marked for ID?
This was,
Or tell me the numbers at the bottom.
oh, I've got the sheet right here. I've got a cheat sheet. Tab 4 is triple B,
Okay.
as in Bravo. And Your Honor, for the court, I'm looking at page 2625. You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the participants in this chat?
I do.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize that as being from Julie Albert?
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts, "This is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me," with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes,
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes,
Who is CP in that text message?
it's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Okay.
Zoom tight. Can we move to Trooper Proctor to tab 5, please? That's triple C as in Charlie. Do you have that in front of you, sir?
Yes.
And this would be page 2664. If you return to that page, please.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, on January 19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough. I've hired babysitters that I've had out, but I don't know.
But Julie Albert was among them, correct?
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
And then you personally interviewed Julie Albert and Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
I did not.
Not one word, correct?
No, sir.
You interviewed Julie and Chris Albert at about 5:30 p.m. on the 10th of February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either of them, Julie or Chris Albert, mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question, January 29th?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Well, let me ask it a different way, if I may have.
Yes.
You wrote a report on October 12th, 2022, correct?
For which,
Concerning your interview with,
Why don't you show it to him?
I may have the wrong report. I don't have the wire. Do you recall, Trooper Proctor, ever mentioning that whether or not Julie and Chris mentioned to you that their son had been at 34 Fairview on January 29th? Do you recall that as you sit here?
to the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
It was typical length for the information they had to offer.
So you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because you received a phone call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
I don't have the call detail record in front of me, but okay, yes.
Let's look at tab 6, please. Oh, it may not be in your book.
It's not, sir.
Okay, fair enough. You indicated that you might need to look at a phone record or a phone log to determine whether or not that call was made and what time it was made, correct?
If you have that,
May I
please.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
There's a highlighted portion, Trooper Proctor. Focus your attention on that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
After your interview, you received a phone call from Julie Albert about 6:17, about 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the content of that conversation.
And of course, you never memorialized that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your personal cell phone.
I did not.
Let's turn to tab 5 one more time. If you could turn to page 2677. Trooper Proctor, after your interview with Julie Albert, your sister, Courtney, texted you, "How did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous." You recall that?
Yes.
In fact, you responded to that with a ha, 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 ha. 4 ha's, right? And then why, question mark, correct?
Correct.
Then you responded, "It was fine, just a quick convo," correct?
Yes.
You were literally reporting back to your sister about the progress of your investigation in a homicide investigation, weren't you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Were you reporting your progress to your sister about your investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
I came back just in time. Got my cup of coffee. It's nice and hot. Confirmed it was a male juror that left. Any reasons why? They give any what his personal reason was? Hmm. Hmm.
You are unmuted.
Sorry, I was just looking back at the chat.
May I? Yes. Thank you. Were you reporting your progress of your investigation back to your sister, Courtney Proctor?
No, absolutely not.
But you did say that the conversation, the formal interview went fine. It was just a quick convo, correct?
In response to my sister indicating Julie was nervous, that's why I told her it was fine.
Trooper Proctor, Julie and Chris Albert were not actually treated like witnesses in a murder investigation. They were treated more like friends. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
Is that true?
Absolutely not.
We've established that you're very close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
Don't have the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the incident, you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was,
Yes.
the nature of the case, the fact
Correct.
that it was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you discussed who the players were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were out earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabe's too, didn't you? At some
I-
point.
Yes.
Yeah. At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to. Okay. You don't need to show this at this point. You write homicide, correct?
So I said 2668.
Correct. I have my page number correct.
You're on the right page, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
You wrote the word homicide. Is that right?
Yes,
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned. Is that right?
correct.
She wrote, the Canton thing is a homicide. And you wrote, don't say a word to anyone, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, of course not. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
In the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious, correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believed that it was suspicious that it may involve the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
She then writes, this is your livelihood, didn't she?
She did.
Meaning this kind of
Don't
case,
be suspicious. Don't
Could
be
make-
suspicious.
or it could break your career, right?
Objection.
Existing.
Mm-mm.
She then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
Did you take her text? This is your livelihood. I would never mess with that, as a warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Absolutely not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of minutes later, 3:07 on January 29th, you told your sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct? Who
Just
you're gonna
that part.
Interview, why you're going to interview them.
Yes.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you take that as you got to be kidding me? The Alberts are involved?
No, absolutely not.
Then you wrote, it's not a big deal, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, I bet I know the person. Sounds like it is, meaning it is a big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what she meant with those messages there.
But she
Oh my
did write,
goodness.
I bet I know the person, didn't she?
She did write that, yeah.
You guys, I got a couple text messages. One from Steph. Look at this. I would love to watch a previous trial with Jackson. Steph sent me this text message of this photo. You guys, hold on. Let me make my screen bigger. Hold on a minute. Check this out. Look. She sent me a text and it says, this is a baby Alan Jackson. Look how young he is. Wow. Handsome too. And then QB sent me this. With the screen capture that says, hold on, you can't see the words above it, but it says, hold on. Hold on. Where, if anywhere, will I work after this? Where, if anywhere, will I work after this? You guys are killing me today. You guys got all the jokes. Yeah, definitely, Miss King. I thought the same thing. The way he was standing, his like stance, he looked like the same. You could tell his mannerisms are the same in that. You gonna make a meme, are you? Funny. Looking like a pair of glasses away from Clark Kent. Yeah, he is a cutie, right? And the swoop of hair in the middle. Yeah, he's got that little foof. Cutesy pootsy. All right. Well, I'm going the wrong way. Hold on. My mouse is not working. Yes, I'm showing baby Alan. All right. Now let's go back over here and resume the trial.
Yes.
And you know she's very close with the Alberts, correct?
And she's close with Julie and Chris.
Prosecuted Phil Spector.
You then wrote, no, I meant, or you wrote not. I think you meant no. I meant that they were at the bar with him, correct?
Yes.
She writes, yeah, I got that part. And then she continues on, but I know a lot of their friends, correct?
Yes.
Did you see a problem in this exchange?
Nothing jumped out at me.
Your sister's literally explaining that your family friends are suspects or possible suspects in a murder investigation that you're in charge of. Correct?
Objection.
On January 30th, 20.
Yeah, now I got one of him mad. Now I got one of him mad. Hold on. Let me show you this one. Here's one of him angry. Mm-hmm. Angry boy. Angry boy. Thank you, Steph. And QB both.
2022 at 9:13 in the morning. Your sister texted you again, quote,
Hold on, I gotta fix
Jesus
my
Christ. The party was at one of the Alberts, correct?
There we go.
Yes.
And you two were discussing the fact that, to put it in her words, Jesus Christ, these are our friends, right?
Objection.
How did you take her Jesus Christ? The party was at one of the Alberts with 2 exclamation points. How did you take that?
That's her. The way I'm interpreting my sister's text messages was that surprised and shocked that this is where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the front lawn of that residence.
Could it be Jesus Christ? We know these people.
Again, that's how I read that message.
Okay.
You don't deny, Trooper Proctor, that you were routinely disclosing to your sister pretty intimate details about the investigation, correct?
I wouldn't say intimate. I'd say newsworthy stuff or just generic, nothing
Well,
too specific.
newsworthy, would you have gone to the news at this point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said, Julie and Chris were at the bar. I got to go interview them.
Objection.
Allow that. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So it was not newsworthy. These were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Yes,
And you were sharing them with your sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
correct.
And Courtney Proctor's best friend is Jillian Daniels, and one of her closest friends is Julie Albert, right?
Correct.
Then on February 1st, 2022, your sister texts you that she's actually meeting with Julie Albert, didn't she?
Yes.
And that was before you ever interviewed Julie, correct?
Yes.
So it appears that Courtney was providing information to Julie of some sort before you were able to actually interview her. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
She was, well, let me ask it this way. You don't deny that Courtney was meeting with Julie before you interviewed her, correct?
Correct.
And you don't deny that you had been providing information about the case with Courtney before you interviewed Julie, correct?
Provided information that Julie and Chris were at the waterfall and I needed to interview them. Yes, that's the information I shared.
And who knows what you shared verbally, not in text messages, correct?
Objection.
Did you, we have text messages, Trooper Proctor. Did you share other information on phone calls with Courtney?
No.
So the only information we're to believe, you talk to her 5 to 6 times a day. The only information that you claim you shared with Courtney about the details of the investigation are contained in these texts which we have.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that. Can you answer that?
The information that I share with my sister contained within these texts, yes.
You never discussed this case verbally, over the phone or in person with Courtney.
On the phone, I'm sure there's been conversations that's things that have been newsworthy items that have gone to the news. There's definitely been conversations in that regard.
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Yes.
In tab 5, let's turn to page 2672, Trooper Proctor. With court's permission, may we publish?
Yes.
That page 2672. You see the text from you, what's up?
Yes.
And what's Courtney Proctor's response?
Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond with, get Elizabeth one.
Hang on just a second. Let's take them one at a time. You were asked about this on direct examination by Mr. Lowell, right?
Correct.
And you looked at the jurors, paused, and said, I never asked for a gift. I never received a gift. Elizabeth never asked for a gift. She never received a gift. Remember that?
Correct.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one.
Get Elizabeth one what?
Referring to a gift.
Right. So you did, in fact, ask for a gift, didn't you?
For my wife, who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert
Yes.
for your participation on this case.
I don't know if that's yes.
Well, Courtney Proctor answers that question by saying, because I guess her and Chris were
I don't know if
friends and
that's,
John, and
yes.
she's so proud of you for leading this investigation, correct?
Correct.
You're aware during the course of your investigation, well, let me ask it this way. Let me ask a foundational question. Do you pull phone records as a matter of course in investigations of this nature?
Yes.
Did you pull phone records in this case variously?
The phone records of,
Of anybody? Witnesses, suspects,
not witnesses, Mr.
individual people, whatever?
We didn't pull full phone records of witnesses.
Victim?
Victim and Miss Reed.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware that
I
there were
had some
6 to 7
popcorn. I would
calls
eat it out of my
between Julie Albert and your
pineapple
sister
popcorn
Courtney
bucket.
in the months following John O'Keefe's death?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation of the level of communication between Julie Albert, one of the witnesses on the case, and your sister?
Objection.
I'm sustaining that objection. You can come try and convince me
Thanks,
otherwise.
Jeff.
I can ask it a different way, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you ever seek information about phone calls and communications that Julie Albert may or may not have been having with anybody else?
No.
Didn't download her phone, didn't seek her phone records?
No.
Oh, God,
Did
please
Courtney ever
don't.
tell you that she had consistent communications with Julie Albert? Or did you know that otherwise?
Objection.
During the months, let me ask it this way, during the months following John O'Keefe's death, you did continue to have consistent communications with Courtney, though, didn't you?
Yes, I speak to my sister every day.
Trooper Proctor, were you using Courtney, your sister, as an intermediary between you and Julie Albert?
Absolutely not.
You were well aware from the very beginning of your investigation that Colin Albert was, in fact, at 34 Fairview on the night in question, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you testified at the grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
No.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Let's look at, obviously, part of the job of an investigator is to be as complete and thorough as possible, correct?
Yes.
You don't just take someone's word for something. You look for corroborating evidence, don't you?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you wouldn't take a witness's word for almost anything in a reasonable investigation, would you?
Objection.
Would you?
If-
You can have that.
If I find that witness to be credible and have no reason to lie, then yes, I would take their word.
Would you try to support a witness's statement or witnesses with an apostrophe, S apostrophe, their statements with corroborating evidence?
Yeah, potentially.
That corroborating evidence might be talking to other witnesses, right?
Yes.
It might be looking at cell phone data, correct?
Correct.
It might be looking at geolocation data, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to find out where someone is. You might pull information from their phone concerning geolocation data, right?
Yes.
You might pull cell tower information, right?
If there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways that you can find out whether someone's telling the truth about where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022. This should be tab 7. Oh,
What is it
I-
for identification?
my mistake. I thought it was in the tab. It's not. This is a 3-page document. I'll just refresh his recollection with this.
Okay, show
Right.
Mr. Lally and then go ahead.
Of course. Let me ask a foundational question, Trooper Proctor. Do you remember exactly what's in your notes from a conversation that you had on October 5th, 2022?
I don't know.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at your handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Take a look at that. And first, let me just ask you if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir.
Are those your notes, your handwritten notes from this, at least from partially from this investigation?
Yes.
Does that reflect your handwritten notes based on a conversation that you had with Juliana Nagel on or about October 5th, 2022? Mayor, Your Honor.
Yes.
Is this going to be an accurate representation or an accurate copy of your notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I changed my mind. I would like to have this marked as next.
Introduced into evidence?
Correct.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the objection sustained.
Is it true that in your handwritten notes, you list the following individuals based on Juliana Nagel's conversation with you as being at 34 Fairview? Brian, Juliana, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Correct?
Correct.
You then drafted a report memorializing your conversation with Juliana Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And that report is a formal memorialization of your interview based on your investigation, correct?
Yes, a summary of the conversation for the interview.
And that report is the thing that's turned over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes.
And the report is the thing that's entered into discovery and provided to the defense.
Correct.
And isn't it true that in that report, you list the individuals that were at 34 Fairview as Brian, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the one name that was left out of your report on that list?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Was there one name left out?
The-
Break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Isn't it true that in your report, you excluded the one name, Colin Albert, from the list of individuals that were in your notes?
Yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
At the time that you wrote your report, the formal report, this one,
Mhm.
you did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
No, I knew that was a possibility.
When you finally did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally conducted that interview, did you not?
Yes,
Colin
along with
Albert
Trooper
told
Zach
you-
Clark.
One at a time.
I'm sorry,
Finish your answer, Trooper.
please go ahead.
Yes, along with Trooper Zach Clark in my office.
Colin Albert told you that he was picked up by Allie McCabe from his uncle's house at 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Allie McCabe also told you that she picked up Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. and then dropped him off at his house, correct?
Correct.
And then she indicated that she went straight home after that, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were actually telling the truth about that time?
We did not.
You just took them at their word, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you realize you had a forensic image at the time. You had a forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone in your possession, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that she has a Life 360 app on her phone that tracks the location of Allie McCabe, correct?
I was not aware the app tracked her daughter. I knew of the Life 360 app, but I wasn't aware of the capability of tracking her daughter.
Did you bother to look at Jennifer McCabe's Life 360 app to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were telling the truth about the time that they supposedly left 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Did you do that or allow
I did not.
Can we take a look at tab 8? Do you recall looking at all at a Life 360 app or its data from Celebrate Report?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you or did you not look at any data from Life 360 from Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Objection.
All right, so this is a good time to take morning recess, and I'll see Councilman Zaga. 15, 20 minutes.
Morning recess. Morning recess. Let's scooch on past. Scoot, just scoot, just scoot, just scooch, scooch. Oh, wait, there was some something that happened. Let's see what goes on. They're having a bit of a sidebar. Okay, never mind. They're going to go on to their little 15-minute break. This dude just keeps putting his foot further and further and further into his mouth, huh? It's like he just can't help himself, yo. He cannot help himself. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Proctor, did you include in your investigative file any Celebrite report related to the Life 360 app that was on Ms. McCabe's phone that you earlier testified to?
Trooper Garino was our cell phone expert, kind of handled that, so I'm not positive if that report, if he generated that report.
Okay, so it goes without saying, I shouldn't say that, because it goes without saying, I shouldn't say it. Did you review a Life 360 report in an effort to determine whether or not Colin and Allie were telling the truth?
No.
You grew up in Canton, did you not?
Yes.
I don't want an address, but just generally as a crow flies, how close would you say you live
I love
from
when they say that.
the Albert residence at the former Albert
As the
residence at
crow
34 Canton?
flies.
34 Fairview in Canton.
2-3 miles.
How about from the McCabe residence? And again, don't give me any addresses.
Maybe a mile.
You know, given the fact that you grew up in Canton, that it's about a mile walk through some woods to get to Canton High School from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any Canton police officers canvass the area around the high school, or filling stations around the high school, gas stations around the high school, for video surveillance footage?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from Canton about video surveillance concerning the high school and or surrounding gas stations?
Yes.
Who is that?
It was Officer Galanis.
Can you turn to tab 9, please? First, let me ask you if you recognize these texts with any individual.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those texts?
That was a text communication between Officer Galanis and myself.
Taking a look at those text communications, do you see the inclusive dates of those on the face sheet
Yes,
document?
I do.
What are those inclusive dates?
First message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 1:02 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 2:05 p.m.
These are texts on a single day, correct?
That's correct.
If you would look at page 2623. Your Honor, may I publish?
Is there any objection?
Same one, but
I'll let you publish it.
Thank you. Yes, you can publish. In this text, you're asking a member of the Canton Police Department to look around the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road for camera equipment, correct?
I was asking if they had any knowledge of cameras in the area.
Okay. And of course, that was to an officer who was employed by which department?
Canton Police Department.
Which you knew at the time that you asked for assistance in February of 2022 had been recused from the case, correct?
Correct.
And should have no investigative involvement in the case, correct?
I did not request for them to pull video. I just simply asked, what are some good cameras in the area?
Which is an assistance for you in your investigation, correct?
They have more knowledge in the area as far as useful cameras. So yes, I reached out regarding cameras in the area.
For assistance from Canton PD officers, correct?
Yes.
Whom you knew to be recused.
Yes.
Correct? Yes. You specifically asked Officer Galanis whether, quote, the high school had cameras facing the street, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Galanis writes back, the Canton Mutual gas station has unreal cameras. That's how I picked up that kid, and it had him walking into the woods by the new Street Larkin Court, correct?
Correct.
You responded, good to know, I'll add that to the list, correct?
Yes.
Did any of the reports you turned over in discovery ever mention the Canton Mutual gas station cameras or the cameras from Canton High School?
No, because we did not retrieve any video from those locations.
And you didn't mention in your report that you even sought the footage from those locations, correct?
I don't believe so.
You did say that you would add it to the quote list, is that right?
Yes.
Wow.
And you're aware, obviously, as one of your responsibilities to maintain and keep your handwritten notes from all
Wow, wow,
communications,
wow.
all investigative activities involved in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you have no notes on this conversation, correct?
Correct.
As the lead investigator, Trooper Proctor, you are responsible ultimately for deciding which witnesses will be interviewed and which witnesses will not be interviewed, correct?
Like I mentioned yesterday or Monday, it's a collaborative effort within the office, so we bounce ideas off each other as far as what witnesses need to be interviewed, et cetera. So it's more of a group effort, a group decision.
But as the case officer, you make some of the final decisions on who's going to be investigated, who's going to be interviewed, things of that nature, right?
Facilitate certain areas, yes.
I want to talk about some of the witnesses that you interviewed in the days and weeks immediately following Mr. O'Keefe's death. You interviewed Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
Nicole Albert, yes?
Yes.
Chris Albert,
Yes.
Julie Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
her husband Matt McCabe.
Correct.
All those individuals are related in one way or another, either through marriage or otherwise, to each other, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you also interviewed Brian Higgins, is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about the individuals that you did not immediately choose to interview. Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed until October 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's 7 months after the incident, right?
Correct.
Sarah Levinson was not interviewed until October of 2022, also 7 months later, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert was interviewed July 6th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
That's 16 months after the incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Brian Albert Jr., July 6th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
Allie McCabe, August of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 18 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
Heather Maxson, she was not interviewed until September 21st, 2023, 17 months later, correct?
Correct.
All right, that's actually, my math is off, that's about 18 months later, is that right?
Correct.
Richard D'Antano, September 2nd, 2023, is that right?
Yes.
So you waited more than 18 months to interview him as well, is that right?
Yes.
And then Brian Loughran, snowplow driver, August 2023, 17 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk for a second about this last individual, Brian Loughran. He also goes by the name Lucky, is that right?
Yes.
Lucky Loughran. You testified under oath on April 21st, 2022 in the state court grand jury proceeding that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Why did you say that, Trooper Proctor?
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter, that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30. And then it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
You're aware that Michael Trotta testified in this case?
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay. You did, in fact, interview Michael Trotta, did you not?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Michael Trotta told you that, in fact, Brian Loughran was plowing 34 Fairview that morning?
Objection.
Is that what he told you?
I don't recall that statement from him.
Michael Trotta testified that that's what he told you. Do you have any quarrel with that?
Objection.
That's sustained.
In reality, Trooper Proctor, you did not want to speak to anybody in the weeks and months following this incident who didn't fit your narrative, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
That's simply not true. Absolutely not.
Certainly, you didn't want to talk to anybody who could say that there was no body on the lawn at 2:30 in the morning. Is that right?
No, it's not true.
Are you aware that Lucky Loughran, in fact, did report that there was nobody on the
Objection,
lawn
Your
at
Honor.
2:30?
So the objection sustained. I'm going to strike.
Did you include anything in your investigative report throughout the entire time you've been in charge of this investigation about Lucky Loughran and his observations?
Not until Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed him.
And that was when?
I can't recall the exact date.
And that was after the defense brought him to your attention, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Not true?
Correct.
Are you still the case agent in charge of this case?
Yes.
As the lead investigator and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and your obligation to investigate all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Could you, what
I
was
didn't
your
hear
answer?
anything.
So, or it could be an argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
Yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to 17 hours into your investigation, right?
Objection.
Oh,
Is that right?
It's something, evidence we have contained within cell phones reiterates that fact.
When you decided that you were gonna make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called her, the girl was gonna have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation, you didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
To go towards intent, no. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we have compelling evidence indicating Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
So you just did
okay,
this.
Mr. Jackson, I just have to keep your voice up, Trooper Proctor, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You just did this piecemeal. So when you decided that the girl, Miss Reed, was gonna get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent, you just decided, oh, okay, I'm just gonna go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later, right?
Yes.
Motive, means, and opportunity. We've talked a little bit about motive. What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. So physical proximity to the incident, correct? Or the
Correct.
physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill John O'Keefe?
Yes, and that motive, means, factored in with the physical evidence pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the Albertson caves, right?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Let's talk about Brian Higgins for a second. You know that name?
I do, sir.
You personally interviewed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
You keep adding other people into the interviews. I'm asking what you did, not what you and somebody else did. Did you personally Brian Higgins.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, I did.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, and you knew that, right?
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He worked in a different agency, yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed.
He did.
As a matter of fact, he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes.
And then he also told you that he had taken the liberty to extract certain conversations from his own cell phone, right?
Correct.
And he brought you a hard copy of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated to give to you, right?
Yes.
He's the one that made the determination of what was important, what was not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
Was that your understanding, Trooper?
It was my understanding it was Mr. Higgins was being very forthcoming by providing those messages. It's not uncommon for witnesses to take screenshots or send us emails or send us text messages. So he just had a different means of producing text messages.
Well, you were actually asked that question in a different proceeding, under different questioning. And you were asked whether or not in your career as a law enforcement officer, has any person or witness ever brought a self-extraction of text messages to an in-person interview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct.
And
Most
your answer was,
civil. I'm
your
sorry, go
answer
ahead.
was, Trooper Proctor, you had never experienced that in the history of your career, correct?
Correct.
So you became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had a motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed, is that right?
Yes.
You became aware that he ignored, you saw the text messages, you became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
And you're aware that at 12:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe, coaxing him to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Oh my God, you guys, this is getting hairy. This is getting hairy. Mm. Mm. Go fill up on your popcorn,
Yes,
y'all.
thank you. May I inquire? Thank you. You're aware that at 2:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe prompting him to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
I don't recall that text.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall? Where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
You also recognized that Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
He's a big guy. Certainly had the physical ability to get into a physical altercation with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't mean doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe.
I wouldn't ask
They
you
were
about
friends.
I wasn't asking about motive. I'm asking about means. Could he do it? Could he throw a punch? Knock a guy down, knock a guy out?
I can't speak to his fighting ability, sir.
Well, you've met him, right?
That one interview, yes.
Yeah, he's huge. Do you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's a big dude, right?
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
Bigger than you.
Yep.
You knew that he was former military
I did, yes.
and is a trained ATF agent, federal agent, right?
Yes.
And you were in possession of video surveillance from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Yes.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
I interpreted that as horsing around.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted Trooper Proctor. I asked you if you saw it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see it or not?
I did.
And what you saw was these guys taking fighting stances, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you saw?
Playful fight stances.
But you waited until February 10th to interview him, correct?
Yes,
And you decided not to image his phone. Is that right?
correct.
You didn't ask for consent to search his phone or to take his phone, correct?
No,
You didn't seek a search warrant to get his phone. Is that right?
no, sir.
Did you know that on January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning?
I was not aware of that.
Might have been important to your investigation, don't you think?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depends what that, I don't know what the call was
Oh,
about.
sorry, finish that. Depends.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated what the length of the call was, so
Right. And you never asked, did you?
I was unaware that call took place.
And you were unaware that that call took place because you didn't get his phone, Trooper Proctor, right?
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
You were unaware of that call at that time because you didn't seek his phone, correct?
Objection.
Correct.
Right. The medical examiner notified you on April 28th, 2022, that the manner of death, in her words, could not be determined. Is that right?
Yes,
She would not rule, at least in terms of the manner of death, would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
that's correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Her finding doesn't alter how we conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue to investigate one way, regardless of her determination.
You obviously were not pleased with that determination. You were not pleased with that determination, right?
It didn't matter one way or the other because, like I said, we continue on with the investigation.
On April 28th, that same day, you received a text message from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes,
You turn to tab 11, please.
What's the ID number?
This is 2618. I'm sorry, tab 11
Triple
is
F.
GGG, triple G's in golf. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
I do, sir.
You turn to page 2618. Do you see a text message received from Trooper DeChico with a photograph of the autopsy report?
Yes,
And that autopsy report indicates undetermined. Is that right?
for manner, yes.
In response, you wrote a text message to DeChico, correct?
I did.
What was your response?
Of course, it's undetermined.
And then what else did you write?
She was a whack job.
Of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job, right? Those are your two responses, correct?
Yes,
You were talking about Dr. Scorti Bello, the female medical examiner who came to the determination that this was undetermined in terms of the manner of death, correct?
I'm not sure who I'm referencing as far as she was a whack job, but the of course it's undetermined is a sarcastic response from me.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
No, it was sarcastic, right? We already know that part.
The reason you referred to Dr. Scortibello as a whack job is because the cut and dry case that you had hoped for wasn't really going your way, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you referred to she's a whack job, were you referring to Dr. Scortibello?
I don't recall.
Were you displeased with the undetermined finding instead of a homicide finding because that was an obstacle in your investigation?
Objection.
You can break that down.
Were you displeased about the undetermined finding?
No.
Would you have rather had a determined finding that it was a homicide?
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to my office. We still investigate the same exact way if it's ruled determined, undetermined, or homicide.
Well, then why would you say, of course it's undetermined? She was a whack job, sarcastically.
It's a sarcastic remark I made to Trooper DeChico.
Right, which sort of suggests displeasure rather than the reverse, correct?
Objection.
You'd agree that it's extremely unusual for the manner of death to be to be undetermined in a homicide investigation you've worked on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
How many murder cases in the history of your career have you worked on in which the medical examiner made the determination that the manner of death could not be determined?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it. It's not a lot. I couldn't ballpark it for you, but I know it's not a lot.
Well, Trooper Proctor, you were asked this exact question in February of 2024 at another proceeding.
Mm-hmm.
And you indicated that you had never seen it in your entire career, correct?
I'm trying to run.
Well, you were asked the question, so first, what do you mean by, of course it's undetermined? And your answer was, I said it at the time, it was kind of like, not like figuratively, of course, it's an of course, like I had never really seen that before in a homicide, end quote. Correct?
Yes.
Your statement in February of 2024, under oath, was you'd literally never seen that in any homicide you've ever worked, right?
Yes.
After she reached that conclusion, you discussed this with one of your colleagues about how you tried to put pressure on her to change her or alter her opinion, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that
Is that
what
right?
you did?
Pressure? Absolutely not.
Let's turn to tab 12.
What's this for identification?
This one, I'm just checking. This is HHH as in hotel. Your Honor, for this one, may I publish?
So I've got them mismarked. What's the bottom? What's the base
Sure,
stamp
it's
number?
2632.
Why don't you come to sidebar for
I'm
a
sorry,
minute, please?
the face page is 2628. Maybe that helps.
Okay.
Got it? Within that packet, we'll turn to 2632.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. To begin with, Trooper Proctor, do you recognize the face page of that series of text messages in tab 12?
Yes.
Is that the text messages between you and Trooper DeChico, one of your colleagues?
It is. Yes.
Turn to page 2632, if you wouldn't mind. Tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Trooper DeChico texted you, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination, correct?
Yes.
How did you interpret that? Rookie move, not getting that homicide determination.
Knowing Trooper DeChico, it's him busting my chops and joking with me.
Because you see it as your job, you and Trooper DeChico, to go in and get the homicide determination. That's your job, right?
Not at all, sir.
You're not looking so much for her opinion as looking to give her your opinion, right?
Absolutely not.
You responded, Yuri and I, who's Yuri?
Sergeant Buchanan.
Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. That was your response, correct?
Yes.
You were explaining how much effort you went to try to get her to change your opinion to homicide, right?
Objection.
Mhm.
No, not at all.
DeChico then responds, not good enough. Should have had me and Jeff do it, right?
Yes, that was his response.
Busting your chops that you didn't meet the standard of getting her to change her mind to make it a homicide, right? That's what he was busting your chops about.
We wouldn't never try to change the mind of a medical examiner. The doctor who conducts the autopsy often has questions. They want to know the facts, kind of what had transpired leading up to a victim's death. It happens not only in homicides, but the unattended deaths we also attend to, suicide and overdose. So it's common to have these conversations with doctors.
Right. But in response to getting the information that she made the determination and held on to it, that this was undetermined, your answer was, of course it's undetermined. She was just a whack job, right?
With sarcasm.
Ultimately, did the doctor change her opinion?
No.
But the determination of the medical examiner, that didn't matter to you, right? Because you had already decided you were going to charge Miss Reed with murder anyway.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, the determination did not matter as we continued on with the investigation.
Notwithstanding the medical findings in the case, correct? That it was not determined to be a homicide, right?
Considering the manner, but
And that's because even though in the words of the prior group chat that this whole thing stinks, you were going to make it cut and dry by putting it on the girl, putting serious charges on the girl, notwithstanding what the medical examiner said, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were actually asked this question, whether or not it would have an impact on your decision, notwithstanding what the medical examiner's decision was, correct? Your decision to charge her. Is that right?
yes.
On February 1st, 2024, you were asked, so what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that you didn't care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged. Right?
Correct.
That's how you make a case cut and dry, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, to hell with the medical evidence, Karen Reed was going to be charged because that's what you had decided to do, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to change gears for a second and ask you about some electronic data, specifically as it pertains to Jennifer McCabe. You're aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that there were texts and calls missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you look at the extraction report, the Celebrite extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted, 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 deleted?
No, not that area, no.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not that area,
Not that area, meaning,
no.
what does that mean? I don't know what you mean by not that area.
I went through the Celebi report, but clearly I didn't review that tab.
So as you sit here, you're unaware of whether or not multiple texts and multiple phone calls were deleted from her phone that you have in your possession?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
As the case agent, as the case officer, do you believe it might be important to find out whether or not that phone appeared to have been manipulated or altered in some way before it was turned over? Wouldn't that be something that you would normally do?
That'd be important.
But you didn't do it with Jim McCabe's phone.
I didn't personally handle that, no.
Did you ever seize Nicole Albert's phone?
No,
Did you ever seize Brian Albert's phone?
no,
Colin Albert's?
no,
Chris Albert's?
no,
Julie Albert's?
no.
Were you concerned that if you seized any or all of their phones, especially Colin, Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them on those phones?
No, that thought never crossed my mind.
But the fact remains, you never sought to seize any of those, did you?
No, I don't.
And you never asked, irrespective of what you saw in the Celebrite report, you never asked Jennifer McCabe whether or not that was a complete and thorough, a complete and accurate, I should say. Let me ask it a different way. Did you ever ask Jennifer McCabe whether or not she ever altered anything on her phone before turning it in?
I did not. Again, I didn't handle Miss McCabe's phone. I do the cell phone extraction on it.
I want to ask you about another issue concerning a potential conflict of interest. You were well aware that Canton PD was supposed to be, we talked about this at some length, conflicted off the case as of January 29th, 2022, right?
Correct.
And you even put it in that text message, nah, Cat, it's total opposite. They have to recuse themselves, BPD. Same with Canton, right?
Yes,
Those are your words on January 29th, right?
yes,
And you knew that the reason for, one of the reasons for Canton PD to recuse itself is because of the relationship between the Alberts and one of the detectives on Canton PD, Kevin Albert, right?
correct.
You knew that Kevin Albert was the primary source of the conflict, correct?
Yes,
And you knew that he, above everybody else, should be completely removed from any contact with the investigation or the investigators, right?
correct.
Yet when you wanted to coordinate witnesses for interviews in this case, who'd you turn to?
I had texted Kevin Albert to see if he could secure a conference room for us to conduct interviews at the station.
I'll
The
be
same
right
Kevin
back.
Albert
I gotta
to
go,
help
buddy.
coordinate these witness interviews, who's the brother of Brian Albert, right?
Yes,
If you could turn to tab 13, please. Your Honor, for the court's edification, it should be III.
All right, thank you.
Then India.
Thank you.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
yes, I do.
If you'll turn to page 2591. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
Can you see that on January 30th, 2022, at about 11:55 a.m., Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone, Paul G. is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him. And we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well, end quote. You see that?
Yes,
Who's Paul G?
Lieutenant Paul Gallagher.
So Kevin Albert, a Canton PD officer, and an Albert is texting you about Paul Gallagher, another Canton officer, about interviewing Steve Seraf, another Canton officer, and Steve Mullaney, a second Canton officer, correct?
Correct.
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
The death of John O'Keefe.
This investigation. Right?
Correct.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses, and he shouldn't even be having contact with you? Did you tell him that?
I did not.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, you and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews, you told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes.
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Yes.
Then you asked Kevin Albert to actually contact the witnesses in order to schedule their interviews, didn't you?
Yeah, I believe it was Officer Mullaney and Seraph.
Turn to page 2592.
You guys, this just gets crazier and crazier and crazier. Lord. Like, you wouldn't even believe this if you weren't hearing it with your own ears, right? Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. The whole thing with the Albert brother putting his nose into this. Lord, Lord, Lord. Lord, Lord, Lord. Get a drink, AJ. Get you a drink. Keep on going.
I'm sorry, Kevin Albert texts, okay, so I'll get Mullaney in as well. You
Right,
interviewing her
Kel.
here?
Jeez.
And you respond, yeah. If we can line them up
Oh
for
my
1:30 and 2, that would be great, correct?
Yes.
So you were leaving it up to Kevin Albert to contact and coordinate with the witnesses.
I would give everything, not literally. I was going to say I'd give everything I have to have somebody come in right now and say, "You can't handle the truth." Ugh.
that you intended to interview at Canton PD, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct.
You then answered anytime in the ballpark. I'm sorry, yes, you answered anytime in the ballpark, then you went on and said from 1:30 on, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
I do.
He was referring to an interview room or an interrogation room where there's surreptitious recording devices, correct?
Yes.
That's to help facilitate memorializing interviews that police officers want to take with any witness in a crime, right?
Correct.
That would mean that if you used a recorded room, those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered. We did not use it.
Did you see that as a problem?
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
You see that as a problem because he might.
Here's something else I would love to know. I would love to know how there is no body cameras. The only cameras that we've seen, right, are the cameras from inside the cop cars. But where are the recorded even audio recordings of all these interviews and interrogations. And is there none?
I don't know, take some of those interviews and forward them to his brother?
Objection.
Sustain, you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Were you concerned that Kevin Albert was offering to utilize Canton's recording programs facility in order to get access to what the witnesses were saying so that he could then forward that or tell his brother?
No,
Never crossed your mind?
never.
Well, if it never crossed your mind, why didn't you go ahead and use the recording you were?
Typically don't record our interviews.
That's not what you said a second ago. You said the reason we didn't use the recording room was because of the obvious possibility that Kevin Albert and Canton PD could have access to the recordings.
Objection.
Sustain.
Didn't you say that's why we didn't use it? That
No,
was your answer, right?
no,
What did you say?
that we didn't use it. You,
Right. When I said, if you made a recording, it would be in the hands of which agency? Obviously Canton PD. And your answer was, that's why we didn't use the recorded room, right?
no, I don't recall saying that's why we didn't use the room.
You just said it to Proctor. I mean, it's been 10 minutes, been 4 minutes.
No,
You don't remember that?
not specifically stated like that.
All right, let me ask you a different way. If you weren't concerned that the interviews could be compromised by Canton PD and Kevin Albert, why didn't you just use the room? It was offered up.
Again, typically we don't record interviews. With a cooperating witness, we just sit down with them, take notes. If it's someone we deem necessary to actually have a recording of, then we'll pursue that option.
Trooper Proctor, after you knew that Canton Police Department was conflicted off the case, you continued to have a very close relationship with yet another Albert, Kevin Albert, correct?
We worked on a cold case together.
So you did have a close personal and professional relationship with Kevin Albert, didn't you?
I'd say it was a professional relationship.
Only a professional relationship?
Him and I were members at a gym together, and we worked a cold case together for several months,
Drinking, socializing, maybe?
once in a while.
Right. So it went beyond professional, right?
Yeah, acquaintances.
Drinking acquaintances, right?
On several occasions, yes.
Socializing acquaintances, right?
On several occasions.
So when you told the jury a few minutes ago that you were aware of and knew of, but didn't have relationships with 3 Alberts, Julie, Chris, and Colin, not quite true, is it?
Objection.
Sustain.
There's a 4th Albert out there, isn't there? Yeah. Right?
Yes.
But you didn't tell us about that one.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
For shame, for
Correct.
shame.
I don't consider that a relationship. It's
Well, let's look at that. 5 months into this investigation, in July of 2022, you were actually continuing to socialize with Kevin Albert, weren't you?
yes.
On July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert went out drinking together, didn't you?
You can literally wring out the armpits of his shirt right now and fill a bucket.
Trooper
Well,
Proctor,
but-
I'm not asking to look for anything in the binder at this point. I'm asking for your memory.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall the date, or you don't recall,
July 19th, 2022.
you don't recall the drinking?
The date itself, sir.
Why don't we turn to tab 13?
Yes, sir.
Do I have a number or a letter?
We're still in tab 13. This, oh, this one's tab 13.
All right, so what
Weird.
page, Mr. Jackson?
Open
Page
ears. Open ears.
2602. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, are you on 2602?
I am.
I
The
love
fact of
when
the matter, does that
AJ does.
refresh your recollection?
Hold on. I love when AJ does that stance right there. When he's like this, he's like got the one arm right here, and he's like, I love when he does that. That's his. I'm getting ready to nail you to the wall stance, right? All right, let's go.
That on July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert have been out drinking together?
Right, Steph.
It does.
In fact, the two of you got so drunk that Kevin Albert left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun the next morning, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Oh my God.
I can't speak to any level of intoxication, but I don't recall either of us being intoxicated.
Got it. So isn't it true that at 7/20, July 20th, 2022, the day after at 8:39 in the morning, you texted Kevin Albert, quote, found your badge in my cruiser this morning, end quote, correct?
Yes.
Then you texted him, I can leave it in my locker at the gym, drop it off at your station, or leave it in my mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Kevin Albert responds, my mailbox. Did I take my gun? And then included a wince face emoji, correct?
Correct.
So the fact of the matter is, you two got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and had to ask you the next morning where his gun was, right?
Oopsie.
Again, I can't speak to any level of intoxication, whether he just forgot it. I don't know.
I'm not asking you about his BAC, Trooper Proctor. I'm asking, have you seen drunk people before?
Yes.
You've been drunk before.
Yes, I have, sir.
We've all been drunk before, right?
Yes.
Was he drunk? Were you drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
But he left his badge in your cruiser after a night of drinking. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Which means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser. Right?
Oopsie.
From what I remember, we were down the Cape working on the cold case together and stopped for dinner, had a few beers, and then dropped him off.
A few beers. Too many that you forget your crap in your car.
The next morning, Kevin Albert also texted you at page 2606. Starting with it's bad. Tell me when you see that.
Okay, say it.
Or may I publish?
Yes.
Right, Patricia? He's melting.
Kevin Albert responded, it's bad, exclamation point, exclamation point. I was hungover for sure today, exclamation point, exclamation point. Couple tonight to make me feel good, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
You can take that down. Does that refresh your recollection? The two of you have been out drinking the night before. He got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and couldn't even find his gun.
Wow.
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
Right. And you're in your cruiser. Right?
Yes, sir.
And this is with Brian Albert's brother, Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
Oof. Do you want to go hide under the table now?
I'm going to change gears, Trooper Proctor. You personally collected John O'Keefe's clothes from the hospital at Good Sam in Brockton, did you not?
I did.
I'd like to. At the time you were at Good Sam, you actually had the opportunity, you had the occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
You also
He's
had the
gonna leave
occasion
there and then
to
go
see his
stand in
clothing
the
in the hospital,
unemployment
correct?
line.
Yes.
That's the clothing that you ultimately gathered, is that right?
Correct.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you could take a look at that.
Mhm.
Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
That a photograph of you. I'm sorry, it's not of you, but do you see your legs in that photograph?
Yes,
Okay, and you also see.
Oh, he'll be
the
drunk
legs of Mr.
tonight, I'm
O'Keefe on the
sure
hospital drum,
of it.
correct?
I do.
And you
I
see a
would
pile
be.
of clothes there?
Correct.
So if I can have this marked and omitted.
Objection?
Ah,
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
mm-mm-mm.
Exhibit 568.
And here's the
Five,
thing,
six, eight.
dude's not mortified just in
Thank you.
in Canton or in Massachusetts even. He's mortified in the whole country. Mm-mm-mm. The fact that he was drinking and driving in his cruiser is enough to be fired, I would think.
We ready? May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Request the court's permission to publish.
Okay.
Do you see this, do you see the photograph in front of you? Is that the same photograph that's been published up on the television screen?
Yes, sir.
Directing your attention to the leftmost portion of the photograph, you see the clothes, first the clothes on the ground.
I do, yes.
Okay, that appears to be what? What items or articles of clothing do you see?
The T-shirt, possibly the jeans.
Gray shirt as well?
Yes,
Okay, and those are your legs to the uppermost part of the screen, correct?
I believe.
In the blue pants?
Yes,
And you see to the leftmost portion of the screen, a chair?
I do.
See what's on that chair?
My binder.
That's your portfolio?
It is.
Okay. That's something that you carry routinely as you're investigating, during the course of your investigations?
Yes,
You keep your notes and things of that nature?
yes,
Pens, paper?
correct.
We can take that down.
He probably doodles in it.
You indicated that you took possession of those clothing items from Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
Correct.
You bagged them? Bagged, B-A-G-G-E-D, bagged them?
Yes.
And then what did you do with them after that?
We secured them in Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck.
And then what happened to them after they were secured in this pickup truck?
We traveled to Dayton to Mr. Reed's house.
Once you ultimately got back, I don't want to have to take you through the entire, everybody knows where you went.
Okay.
Sergeant Buchanan's already testified. You get back to Canton at some point, correct?
Yes,
Ultimately, were the clothes transported into the, your facility
yes,
at the DA's office?
correct.
Okay, what did you do with them after that?
We brought them to the evidence
I'm
processing.
gonna ask you what you did, not what we did, what you did.
Sergeant Buchanan and I brought them to the evidence processing area, laid out butcher paper so the clothes could dry, put them on there in that area. And then I brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino so we could try to attempt to extract the phones.
What did you do with the clothing after it was dried out?
So The next day, Trooper DeChico arrived and brought them into the permanent evidence area where only him and another trooper in my office have access to. So they were secured from that at that point.
So you didn't book them into evidence?
I did not know.
When they're booked into evidence, there's supposed to be a log of that, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's supposed to be a log of that when they're booked into evidence, correct?
Yes.
You're the case officer on the case. One of your responsibilities is to make sure that chain of custody is maintained throughout the entirety of the investigation, all the way up to a courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Where's the log of those items being booked into evidence?
There was a chain of custody from when they entered the DA's office, and then when Trooper DeChico created a label for them, but also put them in a secure facility.
Can you show me where that is?
I'm not the evidence officer. I don't have that.
I see. So you didn't bring a log with you of any sort concerning the chain of custody of these items, correct?
No.
As a matter of fact, the reason you didn't bring that chain of custody log is because none exists. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Does a physical log exist starting from January 29th, 2022 to today?
Yes.
Where's that physical log, sir?
Who? I'm not an evidence officer, so I don't know how that. Yeah. So I don't know how that's generated.
Right. So
You guys, QB is stalking me. QB is a stalker. So, check this out. QB sent me this. It says, guess who made the front page of the Boston Herald? Check this out. Oh, hold on. Let me make me bigger. Let me make me bigger. All right, look at this. It says Proctor exam. She's a babe. She's a whack job. Made the front of the Boston Herald newspaper. Trooper testimony reveals crude language reference to nudes. Mm-mm-mm. And then I sent QB a message and I said, quit stalk. Because she said, I love when, what'd she say? I love when I see you check your messages and I know it's me. And then I said, quit stalking me, you stalker. And then she sent me this picture. Okay, I'm turning my phone off. I'm not looking at it anymore. I'm turning it backwards so I can't see and can't hear anything. The public shaming of Proctor, right? Bet his mom is so proud. His mom and his sister, right? Mm. Mm. I mean, listen. If he were my son or my brother, I would love him no matter what, right? But it doesn't mean that I wouldn't be hugely disappointed and embarrassed. And if I were his mom, I would be whacking him in the head saying, I taught you better than that. You know what I mean? What is wrong with you? You've made a mockery of blah, blah, blah. I mean, I don't know what they're, yeah, I would be like, looks like you're getting ready to get a big dose of reality, son or brother, husband. I mean, Mm. All right.
Case officer, you have no idea where an evidence log is that has something as insignificant as, I don't know, the victim's clothing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact of the matter is, the evidence log attendant to this case regarding those clothing items starts on March 14th when they were taken to the crime lab, correct?
That's when the clothing was transported to the lab.
And that's the only log we have of what happened to those clothes between January 29th and today.
Objection.
Overruled. Do you know that?
I don't, I'm not off the top of my head, ma'am.
I want to talk for a second about the searches in Brian Albert's front lawn that took place on and after January 29th, 2022. As a case officer, Trooper Proctor, you also took control of the taillight pieces that were ultimately claimed to have been found at that location, correct?
Not in all searches.
Which of the pieces that were found were you responsible for taking control of?
8th, 11th, and 18th.
So who had control over the items that were found before the 8th? You said the 8th, 11th, and 18th, right?
Those are items that I had found on those days and that I had processed and essentially bagged and tagged them and handed them over to our evidence officer. There was multiple days that troopers were out there looking for more evidence.
So there would be a log of that too, right?
Again, how the system works as far as the evidence comes in, I can't speak to that.
So you have no idea what the chain of custody of any of these items are, the clothing or the taillight material from January 29th until March 14th, when the evidence log starts. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
There is a log. I mean, it's in our system where labels are created and it generates the
Wow,
time
that
and
was a
date that a
really
label's
big
created. And then
inhale.
it shows that it's
sigh.
at our office in a secure facility and then it was brought to the lab on the 14th.
What happens if the label is created and says something like, I don't know, February 4th? What happens to the items before February 4th?
They were stored in a secured facility, a secured room.
Says who? Where's the log?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is there a log of that?
Not to my knowledge.
You were responsible for seizing Miss Reed's car, correct?
Yes,
And you originally claimed that that seizure took place at 5:30 p.m. Is that right?
correct.
You signed numerous affidavits under oath, claiming that you did not seize Miss Reed's vehicle until 5:30 p.m. on January 29, 2022, right?
Correct.
At the time that you seized Miss Reed's vehicle, you were unaware that there was alarm.com surveillance footage of the area from which the car was seized, correct?
Correct.
The fact of the matter is, that was false. The car was not seized at 5:30, was it?
4:16 p.m.
Right. An hour and change, an hour and 18 minutes, hour and 20 minutes earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever seek to change or amend the error, the false statement about the time
So
the car received and seized in any of those documents that you filed under oath?
when I incorrectly transcribed the times, it was on the first affidavit I had written. And then as I continued to write other search warrants, I used that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one. And that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I had wrote.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect Transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time. You could
Yes.
Call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Was it a typo?
Yes.
It was a typo. So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong. And those turned into 5 and 3 and 0, right?
They were typos, sir.
Okay. Fact of the matter is, you delivered that car to Canton PD to the Sallyport garage before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case. Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at 5:31.
And you also towed it to the Canton Police Department because that was conveniently close to the location at 34 Fairview, to the crime scene, right?
That was not my decision.
Whose decision was it?
I don't recall. I know that
Well, you're the case officer.
I wouldn't.
Who decides?
It wasn't my decision. I did not make that call, sir.
So who are we pointing the finger at? Was it Sergeant Buchanan?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Was it Sergeant Buchanan who made that decision to transport it to Canton?
It's a supervisor's decision. I don't know who it came from.
Was it Lieutenant Tully?
Again, I don't know who it came from.
So you were just following orders.
Yes.
You are
Sorry, you
aware
guys.
that
I'm making
Massachusetts
a lot
State
of noise.
Police,
That's why I
your
keep muting
agency
myself,
actually
because I'm
has not 1, but 2 barracks. One in Middleborough, one in
doing a little
Foxborough,
work here.
that are both closer as crow flies than the Canton PD Sallyport, from where the car was towed, correct?
Yes.
Both of those facilities were passed by, and the car was ultimately placed at Canton PD Sallyport at 5:31 or so, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that that Sallyport is about 3 minutes from 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Ma'am, just told me on.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you're the lead case officer on this case. That means that you are required to collect and maintain all the videos that were pulled in connection with this investigation, correct?
QB,
Correct.
And you obviously are aware of your legal obligation to turn over
you guys, whenever they actually go to lunch here in a little bit, in about what? Oh, 7 in about 15-ish minutes. You want to come up and chit chat? Because I know you got words, ma'am. There you got words. QB. We can chat for a little bit before we go to lunch, or when they go to lunch. I mean, we could skip through lunch because I don't know, but yeah, we can take a little bit and have a little bit of a chitter chat because I know you got lots of words, ma'am. Okay, I'll drop you the link here in a little bit.
over any and all exculpatory information that you were to come in, that you might come in possession of, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You did pull a lot of video in connection with this case, did you not?
Yes.
About 290 videos from the Ring camera located in the driveway at One Meadows. Does that sound about right? I don't expect you to have counted every single one, but just under 300,
Correct.
a ton of them, right?
Yes.
Another 140 videos or so from the front door Ring camera of that same location, One Meadows, right?
Yes.
9 videos from the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yes.
8 videos from the Temple Beth
Yes.
facility. 5 videos from CF McCarthy's.
Yes.
4 dash cam videos.
Correct.
2 videos from Canton Town Library,
Correct.
2 videos from Cassie's Corner Store, right? 2 videos from the cars test on Miss Reed's vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And 2 videos from the location at 34 Fairview where individuals were using leaf blowers.
Correct.
All of those, I did some rough math, 360 odd videos were handed over to the defense in or about June of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Objection.
That's sustained.
They were provided in discovery to the defense ultimately, right?
Okay. Yes.
Does it sound like, I don't expect you to have the date down pat, but spring of 2022, sound about right? Spring, early summer?
Yes.
All right. But there was additional video surveillance footage that you chose to hold back from that discovery, correct?
Objection.
Did you hold back videos?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
There's surveillance video from Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right?
That video was discovered later on and then handed over.
The first time you revealed the existence of that footage was in that separate proceeding in February of 2024. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You were questioned about it and you knew you were under oath at the time, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you disclosed, yes, there is Sallyport footage and I've seen it.
The video I was referencing was the exterior Sallyport camera where you can't make out anything.
Well, let's talk
Didn't he
about that
say
for a second. The
September of
exterior, you said.
2024?
Exterior, outside,
Correct.
meaning the one of the driveway.
Right.
And you say you can't make anything out in that.
There's 2 different ones. There's the main driveway camera and then there's this exterior Sallyport camera.
You were asked about this set of videos at that other hearing, right?
Yes. Some.
And you indicated at the time that there was one grainy video, which sort of mainly black and grainy,
Yes.
and another one that showed you and Sergeant Buchanan arriving at Canton PD behind Miss Reed's vehicle on the tow truck. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked very specifically, are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage in the Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? And your answer was yes, right? In the garage.
I don't recall.
Do you recall being asked that question?
No.
I can repeat it if you wish.
Yeah, please.
Question, are you aware of whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes.
Okay.
And then you answered, have you reviewed the video footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, period. You remember that answer?
Yes.
That clearly was an answer to the question, did you see video of the interior of the garage, right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you answering a question about video inside the garage?
No, I was answering the question about what video I observed, and it was exterior video that I observed.
Although the answer to the question was cameras in the garage or Sallyport. That
If
was
I-
the question.
If I was aware of any.
And your answer was yes. And then the next question is, have you reviewed the footage? And your answer was, I saw one very grainy video. And then another, Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, right? That was your testimony.
Yeah, those 2 videos I'm referring to in the exterior of the building.
Question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. End quote. You remember that?
Yes.
So obviously at the time in February of 2024, you had had that video surveillance, you had had that footage for so long that you couldn't remember exactly what was on it because it had been, quote, quite some time, right?
The exterior Sallyport camera.
Except you weren't asked about the exterior. You were asked Question, when did you watch the video from the Sally Port? Right? That was the question.
Well, that was the video we had, so that was how I referenced it. There was this exterior Sally Port video.
Why didn't you say to the person that was questioning you under oath, I don't know anything about video inside the Sally Port. I'm referring to outside the building. Why didn't you say that and clarify it?
Yeah, I should have clarified it, sir.
Because you'll agree, it sounds a hell of a lot like, an awful lot like, you're talking about what's inside the Sally Port, right?
Objection.
The next question you were asked, why did you review the video of the Sally Port? Answer, we review every video we pull, and we pull a lot of video. End quote. Do you remember that?
I do.
Not one word in that testimony. Not one word says exterior, does it?
No, it does not.
You testified that you had obtained and reviewed the Sally Port garage video so long ago that you literally couldn't even remember what was on it, right?
Correct.
You did know, however, that if you had video at the Sally Port, it would clearly show that Miss Reed's vehicle arrived at 5:30, 5:31. Right? You knew that, correct?
Yes, from the driveway camera.
But you withheld that video out of 360 odd videos that you turned over. You withheld that one and never mentioned it until February of 2024, correct?
Objection.
Is that true?
I'm not aware of that, withholding that.
On April 4th, 2024, it's getting late. On April 4th, 2024, you turned over one video from the interior of the Sally Port garage, correct?
Yes, sir.
The interior, not the exterior, right?
Correct.
And that, remarkably enough, was a grainy video, right?
Yes.
And that video is missing the precise time that that vehicle was delivered to the Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
Was it? I'll allow it.
I don't recall.
It's missing 42 minutes at the beginning, and it jumps from 5:08 p.m. to 5:50 p.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you reviewed the video?
Yes.
Did you see that the timestamp jumps from 5:08 to 5:50?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, how's it?
I'll see it sidebar if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like, Your Honor, why did you sustain that? Unless it's a whole asked and answered thing, but ay.
Ma'am,
Yes.
thank you. You've reviewed the video, the grainy video, correct?
Yes.
And that's from a camera perspective that would show, or that does show, the right rear area of the SUV after it's pulled in, correct?
Yes.
Did you note that the time jumps from 5:08 to about 5:50 at the beginning of the video?
Yeah, I observed a jump in video.
And that was about 42 minutes, correct?
Approximately, yes.
You're aware that there's another video from the interior of that Sally Port as well, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that, by the way, did you secure that video, the second one? Let me ask you a predicate question, because it's a little confusing. The second video from the interior of the Sally Port is inverted, correct?
Yes.
You're now aware of that.
I am.
Did you recover that video?
I did not.
Who did?
I believe Detective Lieutenant Tully received that from the Canton Police Chief.
Rafferty?
I believe so.
Who asked for it?
I'm not sure, sir.
Did you make the request?
I did not.
How did you become aware that a request had been made?
I was made aware that the video had essentially existed from the interior Sallyport area.
By whom?
I was probably informed by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
So Lieutenant Tully tells you that a second video exists, correct?
Interior Sallyport cameras, yes.
When did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it weeks ago or years ago?
That was more recent than, maybe months ago, a month ago.
Matter of fact, it was after the trial had already started, mid-April, correct?
I don't recall. I thought it was before.
If it was before, was it weeks before, days before?
I don't recall.
I'm just trying to pin down, like, are we talking about 6 months ago or are we talking about 6 weeks ago?
It wasn't, yeah, it wasn't 6 months ago.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, you were told about the second video from Lieutenant Tully, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he had already seen it?
I'm sure he watched it.
Did he tell you he needed you to go get it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Okay, so when was the first time you saw it?
A few weeks ago, a month ago,
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
just reviewing the video
Where?
at my desk.
So you pulled it, pardon me, you had access to the video.
Yes.
It was on your system somehow.
It was on thumb drives and a disk.
You put that in your computer and just decided on your own to watch it, correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
One of the SUV being brought into the garage.
You're in the video, right? That's you toward the back of the truck.
Yep, I'm in the video. Some Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat. Exits. Sergeant Mechanic's there. I believe Chief Berkowitz, the retired police chief.
Where was he?
He's kind of like mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards like the back open garage gate there.
The back.
Towards like the rear. Yeah.
Where you were.
Yes.
Was he the person, did you note that there were certain individuals that just seemed to apparate out of nowhere, just appear?
Yes, there was one individual in like the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that kind of just appeared.
And also toward the back of the vehicle, somebody just, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and walked out of the Sally Port, correct?
Yes.
And was that Chief Berkowitz?
Yeah, it looks like him, yes.
Okay. So you and Chief Berkowitz are both toward the rear of the vehicle. He just apparates out of thin air because the video is missing some footage, correct?
It appears that way,
And you're
or it
holding
skips.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Or it skips. I don't know that system at all, so.
Okay, and you're holding what appears to be that same black portfolio that we saw in the hospital.
Yes.
So, anything else you noticed that was odd about the video? Other than the time skips?
Yeah, get that nervous drink of water there, Ben.
So the timestamp on the bottom was inversed? Was it reversed?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was backwards.
Was it blue?
So instead of reading left to right, it was right to left.
Understand.
Okay.
Was it blue?
I believe it was yellow.
Oh, sorry. I got to mute myself again.
Just a moment, Ron.
Yes.
So the video you saw had a timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
How about the video itself? Is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle was brought in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD, it wasn't reversed or inverted.
It was or was not?
Was not.
So as you saw the video, portion of the vehicle that purported to be the passenger side was in fact the passenger side, and the vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side was in fact the driver's side.
Yes, so I reviewed video yesterday just to rewatch it, and the one that I watched had the correct angle, it wasn't reversed. The car was brought in, tow truck driver gets out from the driver's side. It wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like the timestamp on the bottom.
Well, were you watching video that was produced in this trial?
Yes,
So were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence?
Objection.
All
Thank you. Were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence where we inverted the video back to the correct,
no, it's not.
and that timestamp was inverted?
I was not aware of that.
When did you watch that, that video?
Just the other day, I was reviewing it.
right. Mr. Jackson, we'll take our luncheon break.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
All right, jurors.
No. No break.
Why don't
No,
we
no,
do
no, no.
45 minutes?
All right.
You are muted.
Why would she take the break right now? Bev. Bev. Proctor's gonna throw up. He ain't eating nothing.
I think I'm. Mr. Jackson, how are we doing on time? I'm not rushing you. I just want an idea.
We're actually doing very well. I don't think I have more than perhaps 30, 40 minutes, maybe.
Okay, Mr. Lally, how about you?
20 minutes, half an hour.
All right, so we'll finish with this witness today?
100%.
Okay, all right.
100%. You don't want to come up, QB? You don't want to come up, QB? Well, but the thing is later, I may have to go. Okay. Go. Hold on.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Triple Proctor, before we broke, we were discussing Sally Port video that you watched several weeks ago. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You indicated that the video that you watched was proper in terms of orientation, but the timestamp on the bottom had been inverted, correct?
Yes, that's the way it appeared.
And you recall that being a yellow chyron underneath.
To the best of,
In other words, the font color.
to the best of my memory, yes.
Which of the Canton Police Department videos were you responsible for retrieving, if any?
I did not retrieve any of them.
So what I'm trying to ask is, and maybe I'm doing it inartfully, how did those Sally Port videos end up in the possession of the Commonwealth? What was the line of succession?
Detective Lieutenant Tully retrieved the Sally Port videos, I believe.
And do you know from whom he retrieved those Sally Port videos?
I believe it was the chief of police.
Okay, Chief Rafferty specifically gave him whatever videos were provided.
Correct, that's my understanding.
And then he provided those to you for your review.
Yes.
I want to stay on the subject of videos for a second, but shift gears to the Ring video footage. You've already testified that there were several hundred Ring videos from One Meadows, from both the facing the driveway and the front door camera, correct?
Yes,
As the case officer, you obtained and controlled those Ring videos from One Meadows from the moment that they came into Massachusetts State Police custody until they were handed over to the Commonwealth, correct?
yes, they were archived.
You drafted the search warrant for the Ring video access records, correct?
I did.
You obtained the warrant returns once those search warrants were executed, correct?
I did.
You took possession of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone physically, correct?
Yes,
And you had access to Mr. O'Keefe's Ring account in that cell phone, is that right?
correct.
You indicated that you reviewed several of the videos on his Ring app on his cell phone, is that right?
Yes,
So you obviously had not only possession of his cell phone, you had possession of his login account information to get into the app on his cell phone. Is that right?
I don't believe we had the password. We had his email account associated with the Ring.
Which means
Yeah.
some
So
way
you-
or another, you could get access to the Ring videos
Correct.
and watch those Ring videos on his app on the phone,
Yes,
which means you had full access to the app. You could keep videos, you could save for later, you could delete videos, you could do anything you wanted to within that app, correct?
yes, those are the capabilities within that app.
Trooper Proctor, did you delete any of the Ring videos ever from John O'Keefe's phone?
Absolutely not.
Did you delete a video of Miss Reed arriving to One Meadows at approximately 12:41 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
You will agree, Trooper Proctor, that the video of Miss Reed returning home from 34 Fairview at approximately 12:41 a.m. is not there.
Correct.
As the case officer, you're aware that Trooper Chico also reviewed some or all of those videos, correct?
Yes,
And he did that at your request.
correct.
He took notes of his review of those videos, correct?
Yes,
And then he provided those notes to you so that you could then memorialize those notes and your notes in a broader report that you then drafted in November of 2022, correct?
from memory serves me, the report I wrote regarding the Ring camera was based off my observations of the videos that I had watched.
But you certainly did have, as you just indicated, you did accumulate his notes and review his notes as well as your own notes, correct?
That's my recollection. I wrote that report off of my notes.
Did you actually, at any point before writing your report, did you note or did you review his notes?
I can't recall.
You asked him, he reviewed the videos at your directions, correct? At your
Yes.
direction, correct?
Yes,
And obviously, he would have wanted to provide you whatever insights he had into his review of those videos. Otherwise, what's the point, right?
correct.
So when you reviewed his notes, did you see that they were on some sticky pads? You remember that?
That sounds about right.
Do you recall exactly, as you sit here, exactly what was on one or more of those sticky pads that you reviewed from Trooper DeChico?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you would take a look at a copy of those notes?
Yes,
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
If you would mind taking a look at the top or the uppermost top note that's highlighted with a sticky note next to it.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Approach.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, do you have these notes in mind, specifically the uppermost note?
The 0041?
Correct.
Yes.
You reviewed this previously before you wrote your report, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you note that at 0041, which is a time relative to what DeChico was looking at on the ring video, he indicated tail lights from driveway, parentheses, I think she arrived home, in parentheses, correct?
Correct.
0041 is what? Is that in reference to?
Just after midnight, the approximate time where Miss Reed will be returning from Fairview Road.
It's military time for 12:41 a.m., correct?
Yes.
You wrote a report on November, I'm sorry, I earlier said November, it's actually June 1, 2022, memorializing the times that were of note to you in that ring footage, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall every single entry that you made concerning the events that were of note to you that were reflected in your report?
The majority of them, maybe not every single one.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of your report to determine what all you did and did not note?
Yes, sir.
Fair approach?
Sure. Do you have it with you, Trooper? Do you have your report with you?
Don't you want to know?
I'd ask you to review that report, especially as to page 2 and 3. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper, do you have those events in mind?
I do.
Your report is dated June 1st, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And reflected in this report are the bullet points of the times that you found of some note in your review of all of the ring footage from One Meadows, correct?
Yes.
In your report, there is no mention of the footage showing Karen Reed arriving home at 12:41 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that's notwithstanding the fact that in Trooper DeChico's report, in his handwritten notes, he makes note of an event at 12:41 a.m. indicating, I think she arrived home, correct?
Correct.
So sometime between when Trooper DeChico wrote his notes and when you wrote your report, that video footage vanished, correct?
There's also no date on Trooper DeChico's notes. We have many dates from ring video, so I don't know if he's referencing a different date.
Well, you're aware that the video footage from 12:41 a.m. is gone, correct?
Yes, it's something I've tried to find through ring for months, as well as the video when Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, Miss Reed arrived back at John's and they're looking at the broken taillight. That video is gone as well.
So at some point, while this footage was in Massachusetts State Police custody and being reviewed by Trooper DeChico, that video existed, didn't it?
Objection.
The objection is sustained. Mr. Jackson, don't waive that again, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
What did she say? Mr. Jackson, don't what?
The fact is, notwithstanding Trooper DeChico's handwritten notes, There's no video of 1241 on January 29th, is there?
No, there isn't.
Trooper Proctor, would you agree that from the very
Wonder what he was
beginning of your
waving.
investigation, you treated Karen Reed very differently than you treated the Alberts and the McCabe's in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That's what I thought
she
she
treated
said, but I
differently?
wasn't positive.
Absolutely not. Like I've said before, we followed the facts and the evidence, an open mind.
Did you consider her to be, for want of a better phrase, an outsider?
No, not at all.
Not somebody from Canton,
No, not at all.
not family, not friends with the Alberts?
Absolutely not.
At some point, your view of this case caused you to turn what could be described as a bias into an out-and-out hatred. Would you agree with that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you develop some sort of hatred for Ms. Reed at
Objection.
any point in your investigation?
I'll allow it.
Again, we followed the facts and evidence which showed Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. And yes, at times I got emotional because of that. And I said some stuff, texted some things I shouldn't have, but it was based off the evidence.
As a matter of fact, you did express your feelings about Ms. Reed in yet another text message that we haven't gone over yet today. Is that right? On February 4th, 2022? Might as well turn to tab 10.
Tab 10?
It's either the bait stamp or the,
This is a triple F, this is Foxtrot. And the base stamp is 2526.
Yes, sir.
Do you see an entry from Courtney Proctor, a text starting, "I didn't give my"?
Yes.
Request permission to publish, Your Honor?
yes.
2526, Mr. Bates. On that date, February 4th, 2022, your sister texted in relation to some sort of donation that she had given. "I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael," meaning you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, take that down.
Woof. Can't say that I blame her. Right? Mm-mm-mm.
Yes.
Your Honor?
Yes.
You are unmuted.
Your Honor?
Yes.
You see the text from Courtney Proctor, "I did not give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me."
So that's stricken. That's what was objected to, just this one, or the whole page goes in.
You responded to a text message from your sister, correct? And your response was, "Hopefully she kills herself," correct?
Yes.
Who's
Mm.
she?
The defendant.
Oh my
Ms. Reed?
God.
Correct.
You literally said that you hope that Karen Reed, the subject of your investigation, the woman sitting to my left, about 7 feet from me, that she would just die, correct?
The figure of speech.
You wanted her
Mm.
the figure of speech is you wanted her to kill herself,
No,
right?
no, it's not.
Trooper Proctor, Karen Reed, in your investigation, had quickly become a very serious problem for you, hadn't she?
Objection.
My heart rate just like
Did you
jumped.
believe that Karen Reed was a problem or an issue for your investigation?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
In your words, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP. That's what you texted on January 29th, right?
Yes,
That put a lot of pressure on you, didn't it, Trooper Proctor?
there's a lot of pressure in every case, sir.
This case involves a Boston cop whose family you were actually connected to, correct?
Loosely.
Chris L. Loosely.
Yes.
Julia.
Wait a minute. I got to
loosely.
rewind it.
Yes.
I got to rewind
Colin
it.
Albert.
Let's go back. Let's go back a few minutes. I want to hear this again.
You see the text from Courtney Proctor. I did not give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me.
So that's stricken. That's what was objected to, just this one, or the whole page goes in.
You responded to a text message from your sister, correct? And your response was, hopefully she kills herself, correct?
Yes.
Watch your face.
Who's she?
The defendant.
Miss Reed?
Correct.
You literally said that you hope that Karen Reed, the subject of your investigation, the woman sitting to my left, about 7 feet from me, that she would just die, correct?
The figure of speech.
You wanted her to, the figure of speech is you wanted her to kill herself,
No.
right?
No, it's not.
Trooper Proctor, Karen Reed, in your investigation, had quickly become a very serious problem for you, hadn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you believe that Karen Reed was a problem or an issue for your investigation?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
In your words, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP. That's what you texted on January 29th, right?
Yes.
That put a lot of pressure on you, didn't it, Trooper Proctor?
There's a lot of pressure in every case, sir.
This case involves a Boston cop whose family you were actually connected to, correct?
Loosely.
Chris L. Loosely.
Yes.
Julia loosely.
Yes.
Colin Albert loosely.
I'm sorry, but I have to say that I don't have a loose relationship with someone that I let watch my children.
Yes.
Kevin Albert loosely.
Yes.
Loose enough to leave his badge and his gun in your cruiser when after a night of drinking, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You agreed in your group chat that you needed to, quote, make this cut and dry because another cop was involved. Those are your words, right?
Objection.
Where is this?
This was referred to in earlier text messages, group chats.
So is that right? Did you say that, sir?
I did text that. I don't know if it's in the exact context. But yes, those were my words.
Group chat.
Yes, that was in the group chat.
Your friends wrote this whole thing, in their words, stinks, correct?
Yes, I interpret that as a joke.
You believed, Trooper Proctor, that your life would be much easier if Karen Reed was just dead, didn't you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No. Like I said, it was a figure of speech. My emotions got the best of me based on, the fact that Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him to die on the side of the road. So my emotions got the best of me with that figure of speech.
Well, let's talk about your figures of speech. During the course of your investigation, your figures of speech
Here we
include
go.
the following.
Oh my God.
She's a bitch.
Objection.
Is that right?
Yes.
A whack job, correct?
Yes.
A retard, right?
Yes.
Her balloon knot leaks, right?
Yes.
No ass, correct?
Yes.
She's fucked, according to you, right?
Oh my God, I'm
Yes.
pissed.
Ass leaker. That was the word you used, a figure of speech, right?
Correct.
A girl who shits herself, right?
Correct.
And then fuck her, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree, Trooper Proctor, that you have dehumanized Karen Reed during the course of your investigation with comments and words like this?
Objection.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Would you agree with that?
I'd say based off that language, yes.
And you admitted, in your own words, that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit, right?
Correct.
Because you were out to quote, make this cut and dry. Isn't that right?
The homeowner was going to catch any shit because Mr. Elder had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And Trooper Proctor, it would be far easier for you to pin it on the girl who's just a whack job cunt, in your words, who you hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
He got it that time, Morgana.
Shame on you, sir.
Bam!
Objection.
All right,
Bam,
so
bam,
jurors,
bam,
disregard that. I've told you
bam.
before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask questions. And Mr. Jackson, you know better than
Bam.
that.
That's all I have.
Mr.
Ooh,
Lally?
I gotta rewind that. We gotta watch that.
Sustained.
Hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Shame on you, sir.
Objection.
All right, so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask questions. And Mr. Jackson, you know better than
I
that.
understand. That's all I have.
Mr. Lally?
Good
Thank you.
job, Jackson. Good job, Jackson. Good job. Good job. That was beautiful.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, when you had started with cross-examination the other day, you were asked questions about whether or not in August of 2022, you disliked or did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
That's correct.
Why was that?
Well, basically, he stood up in open court and spouted lie
Yeah,
after lie
sit
about
down,
me, called me
lollipop.
corrupt and conflicted,
I'm done.
dragged my name through the mud after I spent 10 plus years without a single complaint filed against me, and he had no
Wait, I gotta rewind this. What did he say about drag my name through the mud?
basis or no fact.
Sir, you dragged your own name through the mud. Sit down. You already are sitting down, but if you were standing up, I'd tell you to sit down.
Facts
Tell you what, stand up and then sit down.
of these. Well, the basic.
Did
What
not
was his
like
question?
in August of 2000, with cross-examination the other day, you were asked questions about whether or not in August of 2022, you disliked or did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
That's correct.
Why was that?
Well, basically, he stood up in open court and spouted lie after lie about me, called me corrupt and conflicted, dragged my name through the mud after I spent 10 plus years without a single complaint filed against me, and he had no basis or no facts.
Sir, you have no complaints because you hide everything.
Of these wild accusations, because there are none. This investigation was done with the utmost integrity, not just by me, but my supervisors and other troopers in my office, as well as Mr. Yannetti shows up at my sister's school yesterday in the parking lot where he's not welcomed or where people are not supposed to be, with one of their witnesses and their private investigator. And a teacher sees this, it informs Mr. Yannetti that he can't be there, and instead of saying okay and leaving, he asks, is Courtney Proctor in the building? Does she work here? She calls me to see if she was being served.
What the world?
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes.
What in the world? Wait. Whoa. Let's wait. Oh my God. Hold on a minute. Yesterday? Is what? Okay. y'all, what in this world? Okay, my brain is about to explode.
And
What?
he had no basis or no facts of these wild accusations because there are none. This investigation was done with the utmost integrity, not just by me, but my supervisors and other troopers in my office, as well as Miss Gianetti shows up at my sister's school yesterday um, in the parking lot where he's not welcomed or where people are not supposed to be, with one of their witnesses and their private investigator. And a teacher sees this, it informs Mr. Gianetti that he can't be there. And instead of saying, okay, and leaving, he asks, is Courtney Proctor in the building? Does she work here? She calls me to see if she was being served.
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes.
Mm, 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 mm. Hmm. Lord have mercy. Karen's smiling. So is his family. Did you see? I feel like the sister-in-law and Karen just kind of locked eyes and smiled at each other, but not that kind of smile, not like a friendly smile, more like a uh let's do this smile. Watch. You know she caught eyeballs. Mm-mm-mm. The tech guy back there is rubbing his forehead like, oh my God, let me just get out of this. Let me just get out of here. They do, Steph. They're super cute. She said nothing against the sister-in-law and the brother, but they always look like they just stepped out of a Ralph Lauren catalog. They do. And that's not a nothing against them. I mean, I take it as a compliment. They're always super cute. So they're having a little bit of a sidebar, sidebar city. Sidebar city. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, gotcha. You wanted to make sure that people didn't understood it as an insult. I gotcha. I know. It wasn't an insult. Hey, Chaloon. Yep, this is going to be a whole thing. How are you today, Chaloon? This is gonna be crazy town. Mm-mm-mm. Media are going to town right now on socials. Turtle Boy looks like he's just reading something. Mm-mm-mm. Don't tell me that they're gonna have some, like, secretary from the school come in and say, "Oh, yeah, he did, and we felt really uncomfortable, and blah, blah, blah." Right, Steph? She says, "You know, that teacher would have taken video or photos of him if he was there." I mean, I'm not gonna say he wasn't there because he didn't have a look of shock on his face until they said that he wasn't wanted or that he was, like, their words weren't intimidating. His words wasn't that he was intimidating, I don't think, but he was giving that vibe, like, that's the vibe he was going for, and that's when Yannetti had this look of shock on his face. In my opinion. What are they waiting on? The jury to come back or what?
Witness two, please.
That
Witness
woman
two,
to the
please.
left of the sister-in-law always has this look of, "I smell poop"
Thank you. You may be seated. Close back session.
on her face.
Witness two, please.
She's always got this disgusting look on her face.
Jurors, I am striking that last answer. It was probably a partial answer cut off. I'm
Mm,
striking it completely, disregarded. If you took notes, cross the notes out. You're
mm.
not to consider it in any way. It is completely stricken from the record.
Strike.
And Trooper, I'd suggest you listen to the question being asked of you before you answer it.
My
Yannetti
apologies,
looks
Your Honor.
angry
Keep
there.
your voice up, Mr. Lally.
Trooper Proctor, let me try that again. As far as you were asked about text
What is
messages
that
that
look?
occurred in August of 2022.
You see the look on his face that he just gave Lally? Like, I don't know what kind of look that is, you guys. He, like, has his head cocked like that, but then he also gives, like, a shake of the head, sort of, like, I don't look at this. Watch this look. Watch his look on his face whenever he looks at Lally here in a minute. I'm rewinding it.
You
Watch.
before you answer it.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Watch
Keep your
his
voice up,
watch his
Mr. Lally.
face and his head.
Trooper Proctor, let me try that
Right
again.
here.
As far as you were asked about text messages that occurred in August of 2022 in which you indicated that you did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Correct.
Very
And so
strange.
at the time of that text message, it was sent in August of 2022. Why was that?
In August of 2022, why was that?
Yes.
The reasons I laid out, the false accusations of being conflicted and corrupt spouted in an open court, which there's zero evidence of. Like I said, I stand by the integrity of this investigation as well as every trooper and supervisor in my office.
Were there also motions filed by Mr. Yannetti or by counsel containing photographs of yourself and some children?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were the allegations in regard to the children that were depicted in those photographs?
So the photograph was taken in my parents' backyard.
Objections overruled.
My parents' backyard at a pool party. There's some little kids in the photo. Defense counsel kept insinuating that those were the McCabe's children, when in fact they were my family, my cousins.
Have you at any point in time ever met any children of the McCabe's?
No, sir.
In the course of this investigation, as it was sort of alleged on cross-examination, did you essentially pick a suspect and then try to have the evidence fit that?
Objection.
Form, meaning, in that form, it's strictly not allowed to ask if that way, Mr. Lally.
How did you conduct this investigation, you and the other troopers involved?
From the start of this investigation with an open mind, Like I said earlier, we don't know what we had, possible medical. So as the day went on and we collected more evidence and developed compelling evidence against Miss Reed.
Now, with reference to this investigation, it continued after January 29th, 2022, when you had those text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
Was there additional information that you compiled over the course of that investigation following January 29th, 2022?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Following that date of those text messages on January 29th,
Yes.
2022, was there additional information that was gathered over the course of your investigation by yourself or other troopers involved in the investigation?
Yes.
And from that additional information that was gathered, what, if any, information that was gathered throughout the course of the investigation indicated that anyone besides Ms. Reed had anything to do with Ms. O'Keefe's death?
All the information gathered after that date indicated no one else was responsible for Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And sir, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about testimony in a prior proceeding and shown specifically at page 01563, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So, sir, I'm giving you 01562, 63, and 64, and ask you to read those and look up.
What were the numbers again, Mr. Lally?
1562, 63, and 64. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Trooper, after reviewing those 3 pages, is there now more context to what you were just asked about on one specific page of that testimony?
Yes.
And those were questions related to what you had told and what you had informed other people within the office or your supervisors in relation to relationships with both McCabe's and the Alpens, correct?
Correct.
And in the course of that testimony, did you relay to that body the same testimony you just relayed to this jury in regard to photographs of children and defense counsel attributing those to being McCabe's children, which they were not?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions by Mr. Jackson in regard to what you knew or why your focus was not on Brian Alberts later on in the evening of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Why was your focus not on Brian Albert at that time?
There was just no evidence that Mr. L was involved anyway. Like I said before, from witness interviews, the statements Ms. Reed provided to witnesses, the one shoe left at the scene, the taillight pieces found underneath the snow that were dug out by the CERT team, the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, the one shoe at the hospital that was observed, her statements to us, Sergeant Mechanic and I, while we interviewed her, clearly the broken taillight, and the fact that leaving Brockton, instead of going to Dayton, she backtracked to go to Canton to retrieve her vehicle and then go double back to go to Dayton, which I found odd.
Now, if at any point in time over the course of your investigation you had evidence which led you to believe that Mr. Abel was involved in the death of Mr. O'Keefe, what would you have done?
Objection. Ask it differently.
With regard to, again, you testified beyond January 29th. At any point in your investigation, did you find any information or evidence leading you to believe that Brian Albert was involved in the death of John O'Keefe?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
Now, if you had found information leading to that conclusion or evidence leading to that, what would you have done?
Objection. Then we'll allow it.
Not only myself, but members of my office would have pursued that,
Regardless of his position, correct?
regardless of what he does for a profession.
You know what I mean, approach?
Yes.
My apologies, John. New document I showed you the other day. Do you recognize that?
That is text communications between me and my high school buddies.
And sir, if I could direct your attention within there to page 2535.
Yes, sir.
You were asked some questions about text on that page, but also there's a text on that page that begins with, they arrived at house together, correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time associated with that text message that you sent?
That was sent on January 29th, 2022 at 11 p.m.
And what is the content, or what did you send to that group, that text message?
The message reads, they arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
So that's also information that you had late in the evening of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Inform that, Sister.
With respect to that information you conveyed in that text message, when did you learn it?
During the course of the day on the 29th.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Mr. Retreat? Now, you were asked some questions about people that you spoke to on the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And that included Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Kerry Roberts, is that correct?
Trooper DeChico and Trooper Dunn interviewed Ms. Roberts.
And my apologies. When I was saying you, I meant collectively.
Yes.
But you specifically yourself and Sergeant Mechanic, you also spoke with the defendant on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been prior to any of the text communications that were contained within that chat with your friends, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you something about charging decisions. Is that something that you make in this case or any case?
I don't make any charging decisions. We're essentially fact finders.
So as far as what Ms. Reed was charged with or when she was charged with it, that's not something that's within your purview, correct?
No, not at all.
Now, specifically, you were asked some questions about some text messages between yourself and Trooper DeChico in regard to the medical exam, correct?
Correct.
And those occurred in April of 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant, Ms. Reed, charged with murder in April of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No,
That wasn't until June of 2022, correct?
it's correct.
And that was at the conclusion of the grand jury, is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And you're aware that there was a grand jury in this case?
Jaloon, there really isn't much of an interrogate. There isn't an interrogation
Yes.
video.
And are you aware of certain
Sadly.
witnesses that testified at the grand jury?
Objection.
I'll allow
Yes.
Are you aware that Dr. Sporty Bello testified at the grand jury?
Objection.
that. I'll allow that.
Yes.
And so false reason then that the defendant wasn't charged with murder until after the grand jury concluded and Dr. Sporty Bello had testified before that grand jury, correct?
Right? I know. Totally sus.
Now, the Albert family that you were familiar with some members of, that's not an entity, correct?
No.
Individual members of a family, some you know, some you may not, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch your phone, Mr. Mayor.
Certainly not. How many members of the Albert family did you know when you started this investigation in January, or when you received this call on January 29th, 2022?
Julie, Chris Albert, Colin, and Kevin Albert.
Now, you were asking questions about interviewing Julie Albert and Chris Albert at their home on February 10th, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that date, had you ever been to that home prior to February 10th?
I'd not been to that, this kind of their new home. I'd never been to their new home or the previous home either.
Now, as far as conversations with either Julie or Chris Albert, when was the last time you talked to them before you interviewed them on February 10th?
I believe I'd reached out to Julie to coordinate the interview, but prior to this case, there was that one random text message she sent me and my sister when I was going on a family ski trip. They weren't a part of it. She wanted me to take a video of my sister skiing, but
That was in February 2022.
yeah,
So what
Yes.
my question is prior to February 10th, 2022, prior to any arrangements to schedule an interview for February 10th, when was the last time that you spoke to either Julie Albert or Chris Albert, if you know?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Now, with regard to that text message in regard to skiing in late February 2022, you were shown that text message, correct?
Yes.
Was there any response from you?
No.
Did you have any further communication with Julie Albert after that interview on January 29th, 2022, related to this investigation?
I recall the serving her for grand jury. I know she wanted to kind of have an idea of what the process was like. So there's communications regarding that.
And was that something that was solely done with Julie Albert or other witnesses or what?
All the witnesses that were called in the grand jury, it's unusual for, the majority of civilians to be called in the grand jury. So they obviously have questions about the process.
Now, as far as babysitting for your children, is that something that Julie Albert ever did?
No.
And as far as those text communications between yourself and your sister regarding that, is that something that you had asked for or something that your sister had suggested?
Yeah, my sister had suggested that. We never followed up with having Julie watch my kids.
Now, you were asked some questions about text messages with your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
And I believe a couple times you would use the term, well, let me ask you this first. With regard to from January 29th throughout at least January, February of 2022, this was this case became something that was on the news on a fairly regular basis, correct?
News and social media, yes.
And so when you were using the term in describing what you spoke to your sister about as far as newsworthy, what did you mean by
My sister lives in Canton, so there's a lot of, as well on the news and social media stuff that was being discussed on those platforms.
Now, as far as the discussions that you had with regard to your sister, how would you describe or how would you characterize the type of information that you shared with her, if any?
Just general information, nothing specific about the case.
You were also asked about a specific text from your sister on January 30th, it started out with, I believe it was Jesus Christ, is that correct?
Yes,
And that was in reference to the body of Mr. O'Keefe being found on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
correct.
And so she's asking you about that on January 30th, correct?
Yes,
So fair to reason that that wasn't something that you shared with her prior to January 30th, correct?
correct.
And something that you hadn't shared with her at all at that point that you received that text communication, correct?
Correct.
Sustained as to inform, watch how you ask these questions, Mr. Valley, as your witness.
Yes, sir. With regard to that information, as far as who the homeowner was, what, if anything, had you shared with Sister Courtney prior to you receiving that text from her, indicating her knowledge?
Yeah, I don't recall sharing anything with in regards to the homeowner.
Now, in regard to any issues of a gift or request for a gift, how would you characterize that? Was that serious? Was that in jest? How would you characterize that?
I didn't take. Oh.
I'll allow it.
I didn't take that offer seriously. And as I had mentioned, I believe on Monday, that I didn't ask for a gift. I never received one. I kind of said, get my wife a gift. She had been home about 10 straight nights with the boys. We had another homicide the week before. So that was my response, get Elizabeth one. And she never received one.
Now, you were asked some questions about Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
And as far as what, if any, information did you have as far as Colin Albert and his being at 34 Fairview at the same time as anyone from coming back from the waterfall?
My understanding, Colin arrived later on to just see his cousin's birthday. He didn't stay that long, maybe an hour, a little over an hour. And as he was leaving, I think he ran into his aunt and uncle as his ride had arrived out front and left at sometime around 12:10 a.m.
Was that information that you had prior to your interview with Colin Albert?
We knew Colin wasn't at the house. The timing was provided by Colin.
And at any point in time in your investigation, what, if any, evidence did you ever receive that Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview at the same time as Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Based on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone location data using his Waze app, Colin Albert is leaving around like 12:10 a.m. Mr. O'Keefe is about a half a mile away at 12:20 a.m. So they did not cross paths.
Now, Mr. Jackson was asking about some people as far as interviews or later in October or so of 2022 or beyond. You were given 5 names as far as Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba, and Ms. Levinson, and Colin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked about 3 people that you had interviewed, and then were asked if there was only one person left, that being Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
That math match up as far as 5 people, 3 given, and only 1 person not interviewed?
No.
Now, with reference to Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba, to your knowledge, have they been interviewed at any point in time?
No.
Why not?
They weren't present for when the adults had arrived back from the waterfall.
They had left 34 Fairview, like Colin Albert, prior to the waterfall people coming in.
Objection. Sustained as that form.
What, if any, information did you have with regards to the whereabouts of Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba, and Colin Albert in relation to 34 Fairview and the arrival of people from the waterfall?
They had left the residence.
So, with respect to Colin Albert, why was it that he was interviewed and not Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba?
Colin was falsely accused of
Objection.
Can you answer that same question Mr. Valley asked you differently?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. Answer it.
Colin was the subject of a third-party culprit that had no evidence to back that up.
Objection. I'm going to allow
That had no evidence to back that up, that he was involved whatsoever. My office and myself felt the need to interview Colin, sit him down and get his story, his facts of that evening. So that's why we interviewed him at that date and time later on.
And when you say we, do you recall who was present with you when you interviewed Colin Albert?
Trooper Zachary Clark.
Are you aware of Sergeant Mechanic getting screenshots from both Colin Albert and from Miss Ally McCabe in relation to text communications they had about picking up Colin Albert from 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about Miss McCabe's cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as any material on that phone, are you an expert when it comes to cell phone extractions and what different material may mean within cell bright extraction?
No, that's left to Trooper Garino in our office.
Are you aware of reports regarding those searches from Trooper Nicholas Garino, a Miss Jessica Hyde, and a Mr. Ian Whip?
I am aware of those, yes.
And those are people who are experts, or those are people who have special knowledge or specialized knowledge as it relates to cell bright technology that you do not, correct?
Objection.
Form of the question, sustained.
What, if any, knowledge are you aware of Trooper Nicholas Garino, Miss Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen having with respect to cell bright or cell phone technology that you do not?
Objection.
Allowing it under building.
Dr. May we approach?
Sure.
You are
May we approach? Approach. Let me speed it up a little. Speed it up a little.
Rephrase that just a little. As far
muted.
procedure on,
Yes.
let me rephrase that just a little. As far as you're aware that Trooper Nicholas Garino, Miss Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen have all looked at Miss McCabe's cell bright and extraction information, correct?
Yes.
And their knowledge, their specialized knowledge in regard to those areas exceeds your own, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as your conversations with Kevin Allen, how would you characterize those in relation to this investigation?
They had nothing to do with this investigation. Like I said, we were working a cold case together. We also work on other cases together that, unattended deaths that I'll respond to, a potential suicide or an overdose in the town of Canton that I'll respond to. But the topic of our conversations were in regards to the cold case or unresolved case that we're working together.
Dr. May I approach?
Yes.
Documents, I did the other day. You recognize that?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Text communication with Kevin Albert.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to debate stamp pages of 2600 and 2601.
Yes, sir.
Now, in regards to activities on that particular date, you had indicated that you had conversations with Kevin Albert about working a cold case from the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
And specifically on that date, where did the two of you go?
Remember, I recall going down to the Cape to at least interview at least one person of interest.
And that was down in the town of Sandwich, to be specific, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in reference to Kevin Albert leaving his badge in your car, recall that?
I do.
If I could direct your attention to page 2602. And what, if any, text communication is contained on that page as far as you asking Kevin Albert any questions about his address?
After I informed Kevin Albert I had located his badge, I follow up, what's your address? I will drop it off after the gym.
You're asking his address because you don't know his address, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
Why are you asking for his address?
I've never been to his house and I don't know where he lives.
You're so close with him that you don't know where his house is, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I approach this to retrieve your honor.
Yes.
I want to live in Sandwich and I want to eat a sandwich. I'm hungry.
So you were asking questions about ring videos from One Meadows Avenue, Mr. O'Keefe's home, is that correct?
Yes.
To be clear, did you delete any ring videos from Mr.
BLT
O'Keefe's account, either on his
specifically
Apple
sounds really
phone or
good.
from the materials that you received pursuant to the search?
Absolutely not.
Now, when you saw that there were ring videos missing from times that you expected videos to be, specifically what I'm asking about is Ms. Reeder, the defendant's arrival at the home after leaving Fairview Road, and Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, and the defendant's departure from One Meadows to Fairview Road later on that morning. What did you do?
I reached out to Ring several different times. They informed me if a video is deleted, there's no digital footprint of that. It's
Be right back,
essentially
guys.
kinda
Got to
gone
take a
forever.
quick break.
And with respect to that time frame, what, if any, other additional steps did you take to try to retrieve that video? Was there a second search warrant, sir?
Yes.
You were looking for additional information from that same ring video, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
What, if anything, were you looking for in that second search?
There's additional video.
You were asking questions about notes from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Correct.
As far as that 0041 note, you know what that means?
That just tells me it's a time.
And do you know specifically whether or not that is something that Trooper DeChico saw or something that Trooper DeChico was looking for?
That's something Trooper Chico could answer for.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
So you were asking questions about Sallyport video at Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
And you arrived at the Sallyport garage of the Canton Police Station sometime around or shortly after 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, that 5:30 p.m. time, is that before or after 5:07 a.m.?
After.
And 5:07 a.m. is when the Exhibit 6, video number, I believe, 153, with the defendant backing out of the garage where you testified on Monday, you observed some damage to the taillight, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware of some other ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house showing the defendant, Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, arriving at his house, in which you can see damage to the right passenger taillight, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of a cruiser camera video from the Canton Police Station, Police Department, specifically Lieutenant Ray, going to One Meadows Ave at 8:22 in the morning on the 29th, in which you can also observe damage to the taillight?
Objection.
Sustained is to inform.
As far as 8:22 in the morning, what, if any, video from One Meadows Avenue are you aware of depicting the defendant's taillight?
Canton Police Department went to conduct a well-being check, and on the dash cruiser camera, you can see the back of Miss Reed's vehicle and the right taillight to be broken and missing pieces.
And as far as your time at the home in Dayton, the defendant's vehicle was towed from that location on that day, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, video are you aware of from that driveway, which depicts the right rear passenger side tail light of the defendant's vehicle.
Yeah, as the vehicle's being put on the tow truck, you can make out that there's some pieces missing.
Now, sir, if I could turn you back to those text messages with your friends, January 29th, 2022. With that time in mind, at that point in time, well, let me ask before, as far as all those other videos that we talked to, all of those videos precede your time in the Sally Port garage at 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned in your testimony the other day, earlier, that at some point in time later in the day or early in that evening, you had met for a debriefing with yourself and the other troopers involved in the investigation on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
So fair to say the information that had been collected by yourself and the other troopers on January 29th, you had that in mind, or were you aware of that when you were involved in these text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
And so were you, at that time that you're texting with your friends, you had seen the defendant's vehicle?
Correct. Yes.
And you had seen the damage to the taillight, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team had conducted a search around 34 Fairview and recovered Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker and a taillight.
Objection.
Sustained as to form.
What, if anything, were you aware of in regard to Lieutenant Tully doing with the CERT team at 34 Fairview earlier that day?
Detective Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team conducted a search,
Patricia,
discovered several
no.
pieces of
I wish I was making a
broken taillight
sandwich, but I was
pieces,
not.
as well as Mr. O'Keefe's missing shoe.
And shoe that Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team had retrieved, what, if anything?
Yeah, sorry. I was not making a sandwich. I wish I was, though. The husband had texted and said, let me in, because he didn't have his keys, and then I didn't have any, he didn't have his house key. So I had to let him in the house. And so I had to do that. And then him and Big Kiddo are going for haircuts here in a little bit. So I got to get Big Kiddo ready here momentarily. So yeah, let's get back to it.
Thing did you observe in relation to that and the shoe that you and Sergeant Mechanic had retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yeah, they were matched. They were both black Nike sneakers with the white logo.
Now, you had talked to first responders, correct?
Yes.
And that included firefighter Flamati,
Correct.
and that included Sergeant Good.
Yes.
You had done interviews with regard to Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Correct.
Matthew McCabe, correct?
Yes.
The defendant
Yes.
and other troopers from your unit had also interviewed Kerry Roberts, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of statements that were attributed by Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe to the defendant as far as what she told them earlier that morning?
Yes.
And you're aware of statements that Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts had made to troopers in regard to what they had observed that morning?
Yes.
Now, were you aware that both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicated in interviews on January 29th that when they had got to 34 Fairview Road, they could not see Mr. O'Keefe's body? However, the defendant sort of bolted out of the backseat of the vehicle directly over to Mr. O'Keefe's body.
Objection.
You can ask that differently, Mr. Lally.
With respect to the statements from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts in regard to their arrival at 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. in the morning, what, if anything, stood out to you or were you aware of in relation to those statements?
Yeah, from those statements, as Miss Roberts was driving down Fairview, Miss McCabe was in the passenger seat, Miss Reed was in the back. Obviously, whiteout conditions as they're coming down like that slight hill, getting just before the left side of the property. Miss McCabe, Miss Roberts indicated that. Miss Reed said, "There he is. I see him. I see him." And Miss McCabe, Miss Roberts didn't know what Miss Reed was talking about. They stopped the car. Miss Reed ran directly over to John O'Keefe's body. And even when Miss Reed had exited the vehicle, Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts still didn't know what was going on and what she was running to.
Now, were you aware from your conversation with firefighter Flamati that the defendant had stated, I hit him in the presence of firefighter Flamati earlier that morning?
Yes.
And were you also aware of statements the defendant made to other first responders about her being or getting into an argument with Mr. O'Keefe as she was dropping him off at 34 Fairview, indicating the last time she saw him?
Later on, subsequent interviews.
So at the time that you're sending these text communications within this group chat in the later part of the evening of January 29th, 2022, what is it that you did know in relation to your investigation with regard to Ms. Reed, the defendant, and or anyone else?
All right. So we knew the last person seen with Mr. O'Keefe alive was Miss Reed. We knew they were traveling to Fairview Road. Witnesses stated they saw a SUV out front of the house. We went from one side to the other. Miss McCabe was texting John, parked behind me, things of that nature. John never went into the house. And then the following morning, Miss Reed, Miss Roberts, and Miss McCabe located Mr. O'Keefe in the front lawn. I observed those injuries at the hospital. The one sneaker. Later on in the day, the CERT team, along with Detective Lieutenant Tully, found broken taillight pieces that matched Miss Reed's taillight, as well as the missing sneaker that matched Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Some inconsistent statements that Miss Reed had provided to Sergeant Buchanan and I. Yeah.
So at the time that you made those comments, disparaging comments in regard to Ms. Reed in the context of those communications with your friends, as inexcusable, as unprofessional as those comments are, the information you had was that Ms. Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Yeah, you've got to watch the form, Mr. Allen, it's sustained.
The time that you made those inexcusable and unprofessional comments, what did you believe the defendant had done to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe, based on all the physical evidence and facts, Mr. O'Keefe got out of that vehicle holding that cocktail glass he walked out of the waterfall bar with. Miss Reed pulled ahead and then backed into him, struck him with her vehicle, and then left.
And then came back 5.5 hours later, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly, Your Honor. So you think that your assessment, personal assessment, that Karen Reed had struck this officer with a car gave you license to call her a cunt,
Objection.
right?
Based on the evidence, sir, my motions got the best of me, so it was in poor taste. Yes, it was important. It was inappropriate, juvenile, but it was my motions that gotten the best of me.
And you called her a whack job. Gave you license to call her that too.
Yes,
Gave you license to say to your friends, oh, no. She's fucked, right?
that's what I wrote.
Gave you license to say that she's a retard.
Again, another disgusting comment.
Sir, you had an agenda from moment one, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have an agenda?
Objection.
Sustained. Same question.
Thought it was a good one the first time. So the fact that you believe personally that your narrative was she hit him with a car, you get to talk about her leaky balloon knot, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You indicated on cross-examination that you saw a video at 8:22 a.m. with some damage to Ms. Reed's right rear tailgate, correct?
Yes,
Day 22 before or after 5:07 a.m.?
after.
You also said that you had no idea where Kevin Albert lived, right?
Correct.
But you did say about getting his badge to him after that drunken night with him, that you just leave it in your mailbox, right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, my mailbox.
Yeah. So he obviously knew where you lived.
Yes,
And then you said, there's no evidence whatsoever, your words, no evidence whatsoever. You talked about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Colin Albert, no evidence whatsoever that they were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, right?
correct.
Trooper Proctor, you're the one responsible for gathering the evidence, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Right?
I am one part of a greater group of detectives that gathers evidence.
Her
I'm
face
just
is
one
that she's
part of that
making her cracking
unit.
me up.
You're the pointy end of the spear, aren't you?
Objection.
You're the case officer, the lead detective, correct?
Yes,
Sort of like the fox guarding the hen house, isn't it?
Objection.
Mhm.
That's sustained, Mr. Jackson. Do you have anything else? All right, Trooper, you are all set.
thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, jurors.
Wow. He should go straight from there to jail. Do not collect $200.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Lieutenant Brian Tully to the stand.
It's exhausting.
So I'm just going to mic stuff up. And then stand.
You saw this with the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing from the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Take this.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Brian Tully, Tully,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a member of the state police?
18 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Mass State Police?
The rank I hold is Detective Lieutenant, and my current role is the unit commander for the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit.
And now, how long have you been, let me ask you first, as far as, how long have you been lieutenant of the state?
I was a first lieutenant in 2021, and then I attained the rank of Detective Lieutenant later in 2021.
And with reference to your current unit, how long have you been a member of that?
I've been with the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit for 12 years.
And prior to and throughout the course of your work within the detective unit, the Norfolk DA's office for the state police, what, if any, specialized training have you received and or given in regard to investigations and how they're conducted?
For the first 10 years as the rank of trooper and sergeant, I was on the homicide section of the unit. When first entering the unit, I received instruction on how to conduct homicide and death investigations. In addition to that, I attended over 200 hours of specialized training in the use of cell phones and cell phone technology in the furtherance of criminal investigations. Further on, I have now been an instructor about cell phones and cell phone technology in criminal investigations. I've taught death investigation classes around the Commonwealth, and as well as search and seizure law in Massachusetts.
Now, if I could ask you just with respect to your unit, if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the role and what does your unit do with respect to death investigations within Norfolk County?
So each district attorney's office has a state police detective unit assigned to it. So Mass General Law, Section 38, Section 4 says that the district attorney is in charge of all death investigations. So if someone passes away, essentially not in the presence of a doctor or the circumstances that led to their death was outside the presence of medical care, the district attorney is in charge of the investigation or their representative. And so each DA has a state police detective unit assigned to them to act as their representative. In certain jurisdictions like Boston, Worcester, and Springfield, the DAs in those counties have said that those local departments can be their representatives, but throughout the Commonwealth, the state police is the DA's representative in those death investigations.
Now, as far as assignments go, or as far as how is it that, well, as far as how an investigation is run, how is it that a call comes in? If you could take the jury through sort of from the time the call comes in, how that investigation is.
I'll talk in a typical state. Oftentimes, someone passes away, again, not in the presence of a doctor, gets found by somebody, a loved one, a friend, a passerby. They call 911, which gets routed to the local police, who respond and come to learn that someone has passed away in the circumstance. That police department will then call the troop headquarters on the state police. The state police is cut up in different troops by geographic location. Each troop duty lieutenant would have a list of who the on-call person is for the state police detective unit of jurisdiction. They would then call that trooper or sergeant directly to inform them that there's a death in a certain community and give them a telephone number to contact somebody who's directly on scene to get more information.
Now, as far as your role as sort of the supervisor or lieutenant in charge of the unit, can you describe to the jury sort of what your role is in regard to those investigations?
So within the detective unit, we have the homicide section, a narcotics section does narcotics investigations, and a special investigation section. So specific to the homicide section, there are certain levels of supervision. We have a sergeant assigned to the homicide section. I have an executive officer who's a lieutenant, and then me. So multiple levels of supervision specific to any of the sections, including the homicide section.
Now, turning your attention to January 29th, 2022, at some point did you become aware in the morning with regard to a death within the town of Canton?
Yes.
And what, if any, when did you become aware and how did you become aware initially of what had transpired?
Shortly after 7 a.m. that date, I received a call from Sergeant Yuri Buchanan informing me that a person by the name of John O'Keefe was found unresponsive in Canton. He was transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, where it was expected he was not to survive. Normally, I would not get a call like that, but we learned that Mr. O'Keefe was an active Boston police officer. Sergeant Buchanan wanted to make me aware of it at that point.
And so then what happened from there as far as your unit's involved?
So as we learned more information about what was found on scene by the Canton Police Department, Trooper Proctor, who was the on-call trooper that day on the schedule, and Sergeant Buchanan responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation. And they would keep me updated as they learned more information.
Now, as far as your unit is concerned, what, if any, role does your unit have, or what, if any, jurisdiction does your unit have with relation to any kind of death, whether it be homicide, suicide, unattended death, within the confines of Norfolk County?
We have exclusive jurisdiction by law, but the law also suggests that we need to work with the local police departments as well.
And so how is it that typically in a typical investigation that your unit would work in conjunction with the local police departments in relation to a death investigation?
Their detective unit would be involved if they have one, and some departments in Norfolk County don't. They would stand by to wait for our arrival. There'd be constant communication between the responding trooper and the detective on scene about things that need to be done prior to our arrival, but essentially wait for our guidance on what to do next.
And as far as certain investigations go, are there decisions sometimes that are made with regard to your involvement or maybe your unit not being involved in a death investigation?
Yes.
And how are those determinations made and who makes those determinations?
It falls to either the person who's on call or their supervisor. We don't respond to all of those calls. So a police officer may call and say that a woman in her 80s has passed away in bed overnight. Her primary care doctor has said that she's struggled with cancer or treatment, and that doctor is willing to sign a death certificate. In those circumstances, it's not suspicious. It's not a suicide or a fatal opiate overdose. We would not respond in that case. That would be one that we would decline. In other circumstances, we may get the call and then learn that the person's going to survive. And so we will not respond. we typically will mirror what are the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. If they're involved, then we'll definitely be involved.
Now, turning to that point, as far as the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner is concerned, in any sort of death investigation that your unit is involved in, what, if any, involvement or communication do troopers from your unit or yourself have with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
We have constant communication. The law that I cited also says that the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner has exclusive jurisdiction as well to determine the cause and manner of death. So we work closely hand in hand to figure out the circumstances that led to the death.
Now, as far as working close hand in hand with the medical examiner's office, what does that sort of typically entail?
Takes a turn of phone calls. We'll call in and speak to the intake person or the on-call doctor to tell them what we've learned or what we're observing. We forward reports in every case to the doctor so they understanding at least what we learned in the first 24 hours. Doctors will often reach back out to us asking for scene photographs, more reports, ask questions. And in instances where it's a suspicious death, we will send an investigator to the autopsy to stand with the doctor to make observations and answer any questions for the doctor.
Now, as far as the determinations that are ultimately come to by the medical examiner, Lieutenant, as far as any determinations that are made with reference to either cause or manner in any instance with the medical examiner, what, if any, role do you or anyone from your unit have with regard to that decision by the medical examiner?
We have little to no role outside of providing information.
And as far as the determination specifically, whether it's manner or cause, what, if any, impact does that have with regard to any death investigation that you're doing?
Well, the cause will give us a big incident. So we want to know if the person died of a heart attack or if they died of a gunshot wound. That's big when it comes to then making charging decisions about circumstances. So it's important to learn the cause, and to get the doctor's input on the manner is also helpful.
But as far as the manner, if the manner is found to be undetermined, would that impact what you've learned through the rest of the course of your investigation as far as charging goes?
No, that determination by the OCME is often in the early stages of investigation. And as we learn more information, the circumstances can change.
And the determination that is made by the medical examiner, that's strictly from a medical perspective, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regards to January 29th, 2022, in this call that is initially received, Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Mechanic then essentially respond to the Canton Police Department first, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as your role as it pertains to this or any other investigation, how much involvement do you have, or how are you sort of apprised of what's going on?
Sergeant Mechanic, in this case and in typical cases, he's keeping me updated by telephone, so I can supervise from anywhere with my cell phone. He's giving me updates about what he's learning. We will discuss what the next steps should be. And that's what transpired over the morning of January 29th.
Now, over the course of the morning of January 29th, what, if any, conversations did you have with relation to Canton Police Department's involvement or ongoing or further involvement with regard to this investigation?
I had spoken with the acting chief at the time, the current chief, the chief at the time, Kenneth Berkowitz, about the involvement in the Canton Police Department. We talked about the homeowner at 34 Fairview and his relationship to his department. And because of the appearance of a conflict, we had made a decision that the Canton Police was going to take a step back from the investigation, and that state police would do the investigation without them.
Now, as far as that appearance of a conflict or step back, as you termed it, what was your understanding at that time as far?
Hey, ma'am.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
I'm just soaking all this up. That's all.
Yeah, soaking it up like, you know.
Like a bounty paper towel. There we go.
Yeah, see, I was thinking more along the food line, like
Like
sopping, like,
sopping it up. Sopping
sopping
it.
it up with a
Yeah, sopping
biscuit
it.
or, big old piece of light bread.
Not a big old piece of white bread. Is that what you make a sandwich on?
That's what you make a sandwich on, yeah.
All right. All right.
Um,
You want to go get Mr. Man ready for
his hair's cut, yeah.
his
Dale
hers?
and Eli are going for haircuts here in a moment, and I gotta go get him ready because Dale just got home from work a little bit ago and he's been working on the pool. So I'm gonna go get Eli ready to go get his hairs cut, and I'm gonna let QB. Do you want to chit chat with them, or do you want me to play? I'll let you do whatever you want to do. I was just
Go
gonna let
ahead.
it play.
Yeah, go ahead and let it play. If they go on a break or whatever, I'll chat with them. Uh,
Okay.
if Jesse shows up, I got nothing.
All right. Yeah.
I
It's Jesse show. Well, I looked a minute ago because I was like scrolling
saw you
through.
scroll it.
Yeah, I was looking because I'm like, yeah, we got a good
The
little
only thing
way.
is just kind of try to keep an eye on it because if they end, it's going to bounce back to the beginning.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I don't know if they're going till 4 or 4:30. I don't. Probably 4:30.
Well, it looks like there's like 30 some minutes left before they ever even get to the live to where I'm live. So I ain't gonna be gone that long. I'll only be
Okay.
gone about 10 minutes maybe. So,
Well, we'll
but
be here when you get back.
all righty.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll hit the play button.
I.
As far as what the role of the Canton Police would be.
Really to provide support. So anytime we're in a local community, we need the support of the local police. If we're going to start knocking on doors, we want to make sure they're aware or present. They have resources in town, whether it be lights or barriers that we may need to access. So I would define it as a support role.
Now, with respect to those conversations you mentioned that you had yourself and what the then current chief, Kenneth Berkowitz, who, if anyone else, was involved in those conversations?
The district attorney.
That would be Mr. Morrissey, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that abnormal for him to be involved in conversations in regard to the police department and any sort of appearance of conflict?
No, it's not abnormal for him to be involved.
And as far as his involvement in his conversations, as far as you're aware, did they evolve or were they any greater or less than the conversations that you had with Chief Berkowitz?
No, they were the same conversations.
Let me ask you this, Lieutenant. At some point over the course of this case or at some point over the course of this investigation, did you become aware of certain text messages on Trooper Proctor's personal phone?
Yes.
And upon your being made aware of those text communications, what, if anything, did you as a supervisor, what, if anything, did you do?
I had a long discussion with him about the content and nature of them. I expressed my displeasure as unprofessionalism and the content of them, and then I reported up my chain of command.
Was he admonished in any way?
He was by me at that conversation, yes.
Now, sir, again, just sort of in general terms, you're familiar with this investigation as you're supervising the unit that was investigating it, correct?
Yes.
Now, is it typical practice in conducting homicide or death investigations as far as civilian witnesses are concerned to seize their personal cell phone?
It's not uncut, it happens. Yes.
And is that a practice that occurs with respect to every single witness in every single case?
No.
And so what are sort of the parameters or what would be some of the reasons that certain civilian witnesses' cell phones would be seized versus others?
Well, you use the word seize. So when I think of the word seize, I'm thinking in the legal context where I think there's probable cause to believe, more likely than not, there's evidence of the crime I'm investigating held within the data of that phone. Sometimes if we believe there's information on the phone, we may ask for consent for that one specific thing or for that one specific reason. But outside of that, unless I have that belief there's data on a phone, I won't ask for consent or seize a phone and pursue a search warrant.
Now, are you aware of certain cell phones that were either seized or granted access via consent in relation to this investigation?
Yes,
And specifically, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was taken into custody, correct?
yes,
And the defendant's phone was taken into custody on January 29th as well.
yes.
Now, as far as civilians, there were two civilian witnesses whose phones were given via consent and then extracted, that being a Jennifer McCabe and a Kerry Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And so why was it that Ms. McCabe's phone and Ms. Roberts' phone was taken versus some other witness in the case?
Well, they had information relative to the actions of Ms. Reed and the communications with specifically those two individuals on the morning of the 29th. So we wanted to memorialize them and save them.
Now, sir, with respect to your involvement on January 29th, where and when did you sort of leave and become involved in the investigation beyond sort of a supervisor?
Shortly after noontime, we had learned more information that necessitated a broader search. So I had reached out to Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara with the State Police CERT team to assist with processing of a scene. And so since we were going to be processing a scene, it was prudent for me to leave my house, dig out, and drive to Canton.
Sir, with respect to, you mentioned dig out from your house. What were the conditions like around the time that you were leaving?
There's probably 8 to 10 inches at the house. So I had to dig out my driveway and the large snowbank at the end of the driveway that's caused by the plow in order to get a vehicle out and head to Canton.
And where is it first that you were heading to?
I first went to the Canton Police Department to talk to Chief Berkowitz and wait for the arrival of the CERT team, and then to 34 Fairview.
And as far as the CERT team was concerned, if you can explain to the jury sort of the process from your perspective, from your end, as far as activating the CERT team, what it is that they do and why you had requested.
We work with Lieutenant O'Hara frequently. I called him on a cell phone, and the CERT team is out of a different chain of command. So the state police is a very paramilitary organization with specific chains of commands with different structures. So I reached out to him and asked for his assistance with this investigation. He had to get further approval up his chain of command, mostly for overtime and to pay the troopers to come out. That would be the way that I would make a formal request to the CERT team.
And so the initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara, you don't have the power or the authority to sort of direct him to dispatch his team and go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as that initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara, do you know about what time of the day that was?
It was about 2 in the afternoon.
And what was the purpose of sort of that initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara?
To give him a heads up, because it needs to be a conversation up my chain of command. So above me, there's a detective captain and a major. My major needs to really talk to his major to make the formal request. But I wanted Lieutenant O'Hara to be aware of the request was coming so that he could at least start polling his people to see who was available to respond to Canton.
And with respect to the weather, if you could just in general terms describe for the jury sort of what you observed as far as the weather conditions on that.
I observed a blizzard-like conditions. It was snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
John, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a series of documents. Just ask if you can look at those, look up and finish. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They are certified records from the U.S. Department of Commerce out of Asheville, North Carolina, for weather reports from Norwood Memorial Airport, Massachusetts, for the dates of January 2022 and February 2022.
So for the entirety of the month of January 2022 as well as February 2022, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the Norwood Municipal Airport and where it is in relation to the town of Canton?
Yes.
Where is
It's the next town over.
it? And as far as, are you familiar with a Neponset Street in Norwood?
I am.
And does Neponset Street also carry into the town of Canton as well?
Yes.
And with regard to 34 Fairview Road, about how far away is 34 Fairview from Neponset Street?
From the Ponza Street, it's a mile, 2 miles.
So relatively same geographic area as far as the Norwood Municipal Airport and 34 Fairview Road.
Yeah, I would say as the crow flies from 34 Fairview to Norwood Municipal Airport, that's probably 3 miles.
And sir, with regard to the records before you, from your memory of those dates and those times in January and February of 2022, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the weather was like, temperature-wise as well as precipitation?
Yes.
I love that question.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come off the seat to introduce the minutes.
Now you understand?
Zombie! Hello, you. Hi. Girl, go back and listen to this morning. It's a whole hot mess. It's a whole hot mess. Sorry, y'all. I had to go to unmute. So we're going to get more weather reports about the fact that it was snowing in Massachusetts. Okay. They're clearly not equipped to deal with said snow in Massachusetts. So, anyways, I can't with them. I'll be interested to see what Jackson does, or I don't know who's crossing him, if it's Yadedi or Jackson. I have to see.
You are unmuted.
Oh, they're back.
And how to.
And so Lieutenant, at some point you respond to 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time it was that you arrived there?
5:30 p.m.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone else from the state police preceded your arrival?
There was at least 2 members of the CERT team present, including Lieutenant O'Hara.
And if you recall, where were they located in relation to the residence?
They were directly in front of the residence.
Now, as far as their search was concerned, how was a determination made, or who, if anyone, made a determination as far as where they were going to search?
So typically when I work with Lieutenant O'Hara, I kind of give him direction. So in this case specifically, I learned from Sergeant Buchanan that Mr. O'Keefe was found in an area between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. So we concentrated that area. And so I talked to Lieutenant O'Hara that this is going to be our parameters. And he instructed his people how to deploy or to that area.
Now, sir, as far as beyond sort of directing as far as an area is concerned, what, if any, other involvement do you typically have when it comes to the CERT team and how they conduct their search?
They're professionals with expertise in that. So essentially, I just point them in the direction, and it's up to them to figure out how to deploy it and get the mission done.
And so what, if any, involvement do you have as far as when they begin and how many people are involved, or when they end, or anything like that?
I'll have some consultation with Lieutenant O'Hara, but it's really his call to make.
And as far as this particular search on January 29th, do you know how many members of the CERT team eventually responded and how the search was conducted?
There were 7 members. Most, if not all, had typical snow shovels, and they used those shovels to systematically go through the snowbank that was in front of 34 Fairview within these two parameters.
And over the course of, now as far as where they were searching, can you describe sort of the road conditions as far as snow removal had concerned, or where the precipitation amounts were concentrated with respect to the road?
So the road was only plowed really right down the middle. Barely two vehicles could get by at a time. The snowbanks on either side of the road were protruding into the road. So that was kind of the snow setup. Our cruisers were just kind of buried in snowbanks a little bit down the road as we excavated this.
And sir, as far as this search was concerned, what, if any, information did you provide to Lieutenant O'Hara as far as items being searched for, or what was he directed to be looking for?
There were two items specifically. We were looking for potential pieces of a taillight of a vehicle and a shoe.
And as far as a shoe and potential pieces of a taillight, where did that information come from, or why were those the items that were being?
Relative to the shoe, when Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor responded to Good Samaritan Hospital and collected the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, they realized that there was only one shoe present at the hospital. They had contacted the Canton EMS and other people who cared for him, and they'd learned that a shoe wasn't removed at the scene, and that when Canton Fire and EMS arrived, Mr. O'Keefe only had one shoe on. So it was important to locate that second shoe. Relative to the taillight, we'd gotten information that witnesses stated that Miss Reed's vehicle had a broken taillight, and so we were looking for evidence of it being broken at that location.
And with respect to the search that was conducted by Lieutenant O'Hara and members from the search team, where was that in relation to either the roadway or the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
Well, as we were excavating this, or as they were excavating this snowbank in front of it, we realized that the snowbank protruded about 3 feet into the roadway. So as they were moving this first part of the snowbank, we're essentially shoveling the road. And so as they continued on there, they would then hit the curb area.
And as far as beyond the curb area, as far as grass or the front lawn, was the search team members, from your observations, able to go beyond the curb into the front lawn area?
No, they're having difficulty shoveling with plastic snow shovels onto the lawn, from the lawn.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Tully, with respect to the search team and their search, what, if anything, did you do to document and memorialize their efforts as far as any items that were recovered?
I took photographs of items that were eventually found in place and documented them in a report, and they were collected in evidence bags.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Jurors, we'll be stopping at 4 today.
And sir, with respect to the place before you, two, I'm going to direct your attention to what's been marked as exhibits 111 through 134, and just in general, I'm just going to ask you.
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
The photographs that I took that afternoon.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I don't want to belabor the point, but if I could just publish just a couple of these exhibits.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 111. Lieutenant, there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. If I could ask, first of all, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 111?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton and the flagpole I previously mentioned.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention.
Okay, I'm back.
Did you see my text?
Uh-uh.
Okay. I accidentally opened StreamYard and Discord, so I'm gonna switch over to the app, but I'll need you to let me back in.
Mm,
I'm gonna pop out, but I'll pop back, but you're gonna have to let me back in.
okay. Okay.
Okay, love you. Bye.
Love you. I was really confused for a minute. I was like, wait, what? I have to show you guys something though. Wait till you see this mess. Hold on. Wait until you see this mess. Y'all in this chat are nothing but I might have broccoli in my teeth because I did just have a couple bites of broccoli. But y'all are enablers. And I see Elizabeth. Is Elizabeth here? Hi, Elizabeth. Y'all, wait till you look and see look what I bought. Look what I bought. Mm-mm-mm. 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 Hold on. Where'd you go, Cutie?
Hey,
I showed y'all. Look.
I
Look at
see
that.
it. I got it too.
So good.
I got the what are they called? The serving size ones because that's what
I
they
didn't get the
had.
serving size. I got the
That is a serving size.
whole
If you eat it in a serving, it's a serving size.
okay. Well, hold on.
There you go. It's a serving size.
It's probably about to hear.
Dobby says I'm not an enabler, as
Well, ma'am,
she's
it's
the
in your
owner.
name.
Yeah, right.
It's in your name. You can't say you ain't because you are.
And look, I
So
went so far as to get some Granny Smith apples. So see, the apple is a fruit, and it counteracts the chocolate.
oh,
It
does it
balances it.
now?
Yeah, it
Does it?
balances. It's like a Diet Coke and a Whopper. You didn't know that? Yeah.
Yeah.
I got my own food rules, man.
Mm. Is it working for you?
Yeah, works for me. I mean,
Okay.
so
Just
I almost had to go get a BLT though.
BLT sounds good. I think Dell's going to Culver's.
Oh, okay. So cookout, which I think is not exactly, but Culver's is kind of an example. But cookout puts their BLTs on a really soft like hamburger bun that's like steamed, ma'am. And there's
Yum.
so much bacon, so much bacon, so much bacon.
Yeah, I can't stand when you go to like Burger King or McDonald's and get like instead of a sausage, egg, and cheese, you get like a bacon, egg, and cheese.
And it's like
And
half a strip of bacon.
it's like so thin you can see the whole other side of the world
Rude.
through it,
It's rude. So rude.
Sherry, you're right. This chocolate peanut butter.
Sherry, you ain't wrong, ma'am. Yeah, why'd you
Mm.
say y'all? Sherry started it. Sherry not only started it, she repeated it to every single person that came in the chat.
Yeah, but then you went and had to add it to your cart, and I'm like, well,
I
daggone,
sure
let me add it
did.
to my cart.
I sure did, and I might even send the link to people. Don't start with me. Let me tell you what though. Do any of y'all do fetch? Fetch.
I
No.
had the app, but I don't really use it.
I got 1,500 points for that, Jiff.
Wow.
I know. I was like, Sherry, thank you. She not only got me a new snack. I mean, that's like a whole Reese's cup on a spoon. That
Yeah. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. That's for sure.
Mm-mm. Slap that between two pieces of white bread and
Make it a sandwich.
right. But really though, I just eat it by the spoonful. Okay, let's go.
All right, let's go.
attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this exhibit.
So this picture was taken to memorialize
Lee
this
added it to the snack
um,
table. He
piece
did.
of red plastic here.
Mhm.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 114. Again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 114?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant you observed.
It's that same previously mentioned red plastic. The purposes of the multiple photographs, I'll take one as overalls, and as I get closer, I'll take more photographs to give better context.
And these photographs of these items, were they taken, the items that you're photographing, were they moved in any way prior to you memorializing them with photographs?
Yes, this piece in particular, the CERT team member, as he was removing the snow with the shovel, had picked up this piece of plastic with it. I asked him to place it back where he found it, where it approximately was, so that I could memorialize it in place.
So it was picked up and you asked him to put it back where he found it, and he did so.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 117. And again, Lieutenant, you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 117.
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
Members of the CERT team doing their excavation of the snowbank.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 120. Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 120?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this photograph?
A black Nike sneaker with a white sole that was recovered in the snowbank.
And at some point subsequent to this, what, if any, comparison did you do visually with the sneaker that you observed in this photograph with respect to the sneaker that was recovered from the Good Samaritan by Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan?
They matched both in make and model, size. The shoe that was recovered by the troopers at the hospital was a right sneaker. This one found was the left, or a left.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 127. And again, sir, do you recognize what's up there as 127?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in that photograph?
A clear piece of plastic.
Now, with respect to this clear piece of plastic, what, if anything, did you observe or did you note of significance as far as the surface of that particular piece of clear plastic?
I noticed that it's curvature in shape, and there are raised dimples, for lack of a better term, that were along the outside of this piece of plastic, or on one side of it.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have, lastly, from this group, exhibit 131. And again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 131?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
That is a photograph that I took at 34 Fairview that depicts a red piece of plastic.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down and start. We can have the lights back on. Thank you. Now, with respect to the items that were observed and photographed by you on January 29th during the search team search, what happened with those items from the scene?
They were collected, placed in an evidence bag, and brought back to our offices to be secured.
And if you could, as far as the evidence sort of system is conducted with regard to this case and other cases and investigations within your unit, can you explain to the jury that process of sort of when an item is seen or an item of evidentiary value is seized, what happens?
Well, first, to provide context, by policy, I am the evidence officer for the unit, and I have assistant evidence officers who assist me in the caretaking of the evidence. So we'll use this particular instance where evidence is collected at a scene, it's memorialized in place, placed in, if it's the right shape and the right condition, in a paper bag with some notes placed on the outside of the bag, transported to our office where it's secured either in a temporary locker or the permanent evidence area.
And as far as when it's taken into custody and put into a bag, what is sort of the protocol or the policies with regard to how that bag is marked or what is done with that bag once you have the item contained there?
There's certain pieces of information that will typically go in the bag, the name of the person who is picking the evidence up, put in the bag, the date, time, location, a brief description of the evidence contained in the bag. And it will then be taped, and initials will be placed on the tape to memorialize who did the taping and the date in which the taping occurred.
And as far as the supervisor, as far as evidence is concerned, you mentioned that there are some evidence officers who are assistants to you as the actual evidence officer.
Yes.
And at this time, in January 29th, 2022, who were those evidence officers within your unit?
Relative to the homicide section, it was Trooper Jeff Kotkowski and Trooper David DeChico.
Now, with respect to the evidence storage at your office, can you explain to the jury sort of how that's managed, where it is, and how items are checked in to evidence once they're sent?
We have an evidence tracking system. So as evidence comes in, we place it into the system. A label will be created and placed on the outside with the case number and an item number specific to that bag. It will be placed into the evidence room, which is locked in 2 different methods and has an alarm code pad, and you need your ID pass to swipe in order to enter. And only certain members of the unit have access and know the code to the alarm. Me obviously being the one and the 2 assistant evidence officers. And that's subject to inspection by the state police frequently.
And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but at this time, it's essentially yourself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kotkowski, who had access to that evidence storage area?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the remainder of the troopers within your unit, would they have access to that same evidence storage area?
No.
Now, with respect to your unit at this time, late January of 2022, how many troopers were in your unit or under your supervision in the second unit at that time?
There were 13 under my supervision for the unit as a whole. Specific to the homicide section, there were 4 troopers and 1 sergeant.
And that number, as far as 4 troopers and 1 sergeant, is that sort of a typical number, a low number, high number?
Historically for Norfolk, that was a low number. We have since had more transfers come in to the unit.
And how many do you supervise within the homicide unit at this
point? 1 sergeant and 7 troopers.
Now, with respect to the evidence storage area, is there sort of a temporary versus a permanent storage area contained within that locked and coded storage area?
Yes.
And can you describe sort of the difference between the two and how things are managed by either you or your assistants with regard to evidence within the locked storage area?
So because only essentially 3 people have access to the permanent storage area, if a member collects evidence and brings it back to the office and does not have access to the main storage area, we have another temporary storage area that is allowed by policy where they can then secure the evidence. The next available time, the person who has access to the main room will come in and transport that piece of evidence from the temporary area to the permanent area.
As far as that transportation or transmission from the temporary area to the permanent area, what, if any, sort of documentation is generated in regard into that?
There's no notation from one location to the other as allowed by policy.
And as far as when items are seized and when their labels are sort of printed in relation to those items, is that always done sort of simultaneously when the item comes in, or how is that typically done timing?
Well, same with the label printing system. So only the evidence officers have the ability to create the labels and put it into the system. So you need them to create the label. So if a member comes in, doesn't have access to that system, place it in temporary storage area at the next available opportunity for an evidence officer or the assistant evidence officer to arrive, know that there's evidence there and process it, place a label on it, and stick it in the permanent storage area.
Now, with respect to those items that you recovered from 34 Fairview Road at the roadway in front of it, where were those items located with respect to each other?
They were in total within a 5-foot area. So if you're looking at the house, from right to left was how they were found. First was that first picture you displayed, which was the red piece of plastic. About 3 feet from that was the Nike sneaker. About 1 or 2 feet to the left of that was the clear plastic, and just next to that was another piece of red plastic along the curb of the road.
And as far as those items that were recovered and bagged and placed in evidence on January 29th, did you have occasion to bring those items with you to court today?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I am presenting you a bag.
Brought my own.
Lieutenant, first, just with reference to the item I placed before you, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The bag that contains the left sneaker that was seized from 34 Fairview Road that day, outside the residence.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove that item from the bag and display it for the jury.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. If you could place that in the bag. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Exhibit 569.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm handing you 2 separate bags. Do those without the finish. Do you recognize each of those respective bags, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
The bags that contain the red and clear plastic pieces that were recovered from the roadway in front of 34 Fairview Road.
And sir, if you could, just with respect to each of those bags, read what is listed as a description on the outside of the bag to the jury.
The description on this first one is pieces of clear hard plastic tail light cover. Location 34 Fairview Road, Canton.
And the second, please.
The description is pieces of red hard plastic tail light cover. Location 34 Fairview Road, Canton.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to open each of those bags and display the items to the jury.
Okay.
And sir, if I could ask you to start with the red plastic.
Okay.
On the Commonwealth to seek to introduce and admit those as the next exhibit.
All right, Mr. Jackson, they're coming in.
No objection. Thank you.
570.
Lieutenant, before we get to the next item before you, if I could just ask a couple questions in regard to the search. January 29, 2022, about what time is it that you arrive in the area of 34 Fairview?
About 5:30.
And had yourself or any members of your unit, to your knowledge, been at 34 Fairview at any point in time prior to your arrival there that day?
No.
Objection.
I'll allow it as to whether he knows whether they were. No.
And about how long was it that you were on scene at 34 Fairview that day?
About an hour.
Now, with respect to when these items were found, do you know approximately what time the first item was located by a member of the search team?
Yes.
And what time was that?
5:45.
Now, with respect to at any point in time that you were on scene at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022, was either Trooper Proctor or Sergeant Mechanic on scene at 34 Fairview while you were there?
No.
And with respect to around that time, as their supervisor, were you aware where they were or their location at that time?
Yes.
And where was that?
They were following a tow truck that was towing Miss Reed's vehicle from Dayton to Canton.
Now, with respect to the vehicle and or the pieces of red and clear plastic that were found by the search team at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, what, if any, conversations did you have with respect to Lieutenant O'Hara in regard to the vehicle and sort of the damage on it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We wanted to know what we were looking for. Specifically, Lieutenant O'Hara wanted to know what are we looking for and what's the scope of the items we're looking for. So we had discussion about how much taillight we believed was missing from the vehicle, so that as we go along, we would know if we had it enough, or we had it all, I should say.
And so with respect to that, what, if anything, were you able to share with Lieutenant O'Hara with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle at that particular time?
I didn't have much information because it was still on a tow truck or being loaded up into the Canton Police Department at that time. So I didn't have any actual knowledge of how much taillight we're looking for.
And prior to you leaving from the scene of 34 Fairview Road, along with the search team on that date of January 29th, even at that time, did you know the full extent or how much taillight you were looking for at that time?
No.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just to, with the court's permission, Your Honor, may he remove the items from that second bag
Yes.
before him? Lieutenant, from the two items that you have before you in your hand, you had met reference to one of those clear pieces having some sort of stippling or raised surfaces on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could just with your finger or in some way delineate to the jury where you observed that to be.
So you can see it as you look through it, you can see almost bubbling of it. And as you run your finger along, you can feel indentations along there, as well as the ridges that are along the top end here that appear on both pieces.
Lieutenant, if you could, you can place those items back in the bag. And Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
This is 571.
Your Honor, given the time and given where I am.
Why don't you come to second and say this?
Sidebar. I'm going to jump through it. They don't have much.
Sidebar City.
Right. Didn't she say that they were going to end at 4?
Yeah, so it should be soon. I have a feeling they.
If you happen to see here, read anything about.
Yeah.
This is it.
Yeah.
So tomorrow will be 9 to 4, 9 to 4:30. We hope to get started right away, okay? Detective Lieutenant, I'm just gonna ask you to file out after.
Yes, sir.
Sir is leaving your notebooks on your chair. All rise, jury out. Jury follow.
Yeah, the Boston Herald is tearing Proctor up.
It should be.
They absolutely should be.
Mm. All right, looks like they're done. Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun. Yo, I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I might have to go back and watch like some recaps of this Young Thug business because that case is off the chain right now.
Yeah.
That judge is I think he needs to be checked like medically. Like what happened? Something happened to him. Something is bad. His cylinders aren't firing. It's
He's definitely I think that they've drove him crazy.
it could be. It could be. But I mean, I started watching something on it yesterday. And then Lawyer and his daddy got on there and we're doing like a overview of it. And I was like, but that the defense attorney, I'm telling you what, I'm writing all these names down. Okay, I got one on speed dial, but he better bring his A game because Yannetti and Jackson are on my list. The dude Steele from Young Thug is now on my list. This dude, yeah, when they were taking him to jail, he's like, "Can I say something real quick?" And the judge was like, "Sure." So he walked up there, and I mean, and he was still lawyering. I can't say that word, lawyering. He was like, "Your Honor, can I say something?" And the judge was like, "Yes, go ahead." And so he walks up there, and he was like, "I just want to say that we do not agree with going on with this trial. You are stepping all over my client's Sixth Amendment rights, and so I am telling you right now on the record to make record that we do not agree with this." And I was like, bro. And then comes back and they give him 20 days for contempt that he serves on the weekend. Okay, which
Lord.
is no, that's actually a very common thing. So they'll give somebody contempt, but they'll have them serve it on the weekend so it doesn't affect their job.
Right.
And so they don't want to wait for the trial, so they're going to have them serve it on the weekend. So the guy comes back and he's like, "So, what I'd like to do is, can I be in the same cell with my client so we can work on his case while I'm in there, so I'm not losing time and I can serve my client properly?" And I was like, "You know how BA that is? Do you know how like
That's pretty cool.
that?" I'm like, "Dude, man, that is like that's what I'm telling you, man. That's what I'm telling you." That's good. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, I've been getting like all the messages, like not messages, but like
Cassie Russin, you know what? Cassie Russin's been following this case from the get-go, okay?
yeah,
And
yeah.
everybody was on her butt. "Why are you still posting stuff? This case is going on forever." She's like, "It's coming." And everybody was like, "Just stop. There are other cases going on." She's like, "Just wait for it." And then she's like, "Y'all remember you were telling me not to this."
Well, I mean, it was crazy pants, and then it became really
Like
crazy
really
pants.
crazy pants. And the dude, I'm gonna have to watch today because the dude, the dude Woody that agreed to
Mm,
testify,
mm,
okay, and then pled the fifth on his name.
mm.
Um,
No, I think
for
it was on his
when,
age.
yeah,
He's
well,
like,
yeah,
I'm grown.
I'm
I'm
grown. She
grown.
goes right, and so they're like, "Yeah, you." Okay, and so then they had that little ex parte meeting. Well, then he comes back out. I don't know who got to him, but he's like, "No, I'm not. I'm not. No, y'all can put me in jail." Y'all gonna put me
Well,
in jail. So apparently they the word on the street is that they intimidated him.
mm.
And so anyway, so he gets up there and he's like, fine, I'll testify. So they're like, why you have a red bandana around your ankle? He goes, because it looks cool. What kind of gang signs what kind of signs are you making there? What kind of signs are you seeing? I mean, I love it so
Apparently,
much.
they said, was it him that allegedly
He said that
admitted
he
to
killed the
something?
dude. He said
And
that,
he said it in chambers or
yep,
something?
he admitted to killing the dude, and they said
Mm.
so that's where the intimidation came from because he was like, I'll perjure myself on the stand. And the DA was like, well, you have immunity, so we won't go after you. You know, if you lie, you lie. And they were like, or he was like, well, I killed that dude. I'll get up there and tell them that I killed that dude. And uh and they were like, well, we'll prosecute you for that. I'm like, you can't have selective immunity, man. You either gave him immunity or you didn't.
Mm.
Because they gave him blanket immunity on everything. It wasn't like they said, okay, we'll give you immunity on this thing or this thing. They wanted everything he had.
Yeah, but then he
So
wasn't trusting it. He's like,
no,
nah,
he's like, no, I'm good. I'm good. She's like, how old are you?
I'll go to
Grown?
jail.
Yeah, he's like, I've been there. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried
Mm.
about it at all. Did you know? I'm all over the place. Did you know that dude, that Wade Wilson dude, when he allegedly, but not allegedly, killed those girls, he didn't have none of them tattoos? So all that stuff that he's got has been in the last
Yeah,
5 years.
yeah, in jail.
Like, bro,
Yeah, he didn't have any
spins.
I don't
Sorry,
hey, Spins. I don't know if he didn't have tattoos at all, like
he didn't have
body
the
tattoos.
face. Like, yeah, he
Yeah,
didn't have
he
the
didn't
face
have any
ones.
face tattoos, and now
I
he's
was
got, like, a
like,
whole Skeletor face tattoo. It's
right?
gross.
Spins be creeping. Spins be lurking. Lurky McLurkerson.
I saw Steph said something a while ago about a bagel sandwich. That sounds amazing.
Y'all, J6 to go to work. I ain't gonna have a car. I ate a whole thing of Pringles while I was it's a serving size. I ate a whole thing of Pringles watching freaking Proctor, man, with Jackson. I was like I was like, dang, who ate all them Pringles?
You need a pineapple popcorn bucket.
I do. Are you leaving, Jay? All right. Can you shut your inner door so I can do that? I didn't want to do it while you were sleeping. Love you. I didn't even tell y'all. Whole air conditioner leaked all over the place yesterday.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
Oh, no.
yep. So I fixed the AC and I shampooed the carpet and yeah. So that was what I was doing yesterday.
That sucks.
Look, Zombie's like, wait, what? Yeah, 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 yeah. There was a clog, and
Oh, Lord.
hey,
Spin.
Spence, why don't you tell him about the new picture you sent me?
Whenever you're done,
Uh-oh.
you just open the inside one.
Yeah, yeah,
The outside one, so they can get that.
yeah. Okay, love you. Be safe. Sorry. Um, she's gonna crawl right back into the lurky lurk. I can't be trusted. I cannot be trusted.
She said, good
Um,
gravy.
good gravy. Um,
Boogly woogly.
can y'all hear that water?
No.
Okay, good. Sounds like somebody's using the bathroom and they are not.
It ain't me.
No, Jay's getting water out of the water machine. And in his big old cup for work, and it's empty, so it's like making that,
Excuse me.
Was it making like the gulpy gulp water
No,
noise?
it's making like the I'm peeing in the toilet noise.
Oh.
So Thank you, Nightbot, for protecting us.
Yeah, thank
Why
you.
we always show up just on time? So
Don't
yeah, so
know.
that was my fun. This might be the last time I'm on with you for a little bit.
Why?
I got my surgery Monday,
Oh.
so
Oh.
yeah. So I will. I have given Jay's number. Well, I put Jay's number in our chat, but I'm also giving him y'all's number because if I go MIA, I don't want y'all worrying. But I might be MIA for a little bit.
Well, how long is a little bit? Because I'm gonna need like.
Well, yeah, that's why I gave y'all his number so you can check with him. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Hopefully, hopefully only like a day or two, but so but anyways, if yeah,
Can he like
so
send a group chat
yeah,
message that
yeah.
says
Well,
he's alive? Like,
yeah, so I'm gonna have him. I'm gonna try. I hope right after, like if I can shake the anesthesia off, that I can go ahead and text everybody. But I don't know, because I don't shake anesthesia off very well. Thank you, Lauren. Um, and so, but he has everybody's number, and I have a list that I have compiled in my phone that I'm sending to him. So if you get a weird text that says "Mama's fine," that's probably what he'll say. My mama's fine. Um, but I just told him, I was like, if I'm not up to it, I need you to let everybody know. Otherwise, people be showing up at my house and stuff.
Mm.
So like M's like, you better let me know. I'll drive over there. I'm like, ma'am, you ain't even supposed to be driving. So, but
She's like, well,
anyways,
I'll walk over there if I have to.
she'll drive over here. Look, I'm gonna say all on the internet. She be driving. She try to act like she doesn't. Thanks,
Mm.
Henny. Thanks, y'all. I didn't mean to bring that up for any other reason. I just wanted to say if I'm not around, I'll be in chat for at least the next couple of days. I'm kind of like, I didn't have time yesterday to be messing with that air conditioner, but I'm just trying to get all the things done because it's 4 to 6 weeks in the sling. Like in the, it's not even a sling, it's an immobilizer.
Yeah.
So anyways,
Well, I mean,
I'll
you
be
can
fine.
tap with one hand, one
Oh yeah,
arm.
yeah. I did. The more problem. Here's the thing. The first day, okay. So when I have the surgery, they're giving me a nerve block, which means that for the first time since like November, I will not be able to feel my shoulder. Which means that I actually will not be in pain. Which means I'm probably going to go to sleep.
Yeah, and sleep good.
And yeah, and sleep yeah. And so and then I talked to them today, and they were like, "We need you. We know how you are about taking the pain meds. But we need you to understand." And I'm like, I already know what y'all gonna say. I do this for a living, y'all. Come on now. They're like, we need you to stay ahead of it. So if it says take the meds every 4 hours at like 3 3/4, we want you to go ahead and take another one because it takes about 30 minutes to activate. And I'm like, okay. So, anyways, gonna be
Well,
fun.
everybody will be on you to be doing what you're supposed to be
I
doing.
know. Well, that's why I wanted to tell everybody if I disappear, it's because I'm drugged.
Mhm.
They made me do it. I have the surgery Monday. I have to be to physical therapy on Thursday.
Oh my God.
I know.
I hate it here.
But apparently, I've already talked to Tyler. Look, I was like, look, listen, I haven't punched you yet. So let's not. So apparently,
Let me
the
get
thing,
good use of this arm,
right?
buddy.
So apparently on Thursday, they're just gonna just evaluate, like, and go over the they won't have a final protocol until he actually gets in there and sees everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that basically I'm just going there for them to go over the protocol and just kind of see if they can move it at all. Um, anyway, I'm fine. Everything's fine. It'll be fine. Everything's fine.
Keep telling yourself that.
I told Spence the other day I started reading a medical journal on one of the because I'm having 3 different procedures done, and at once, all at once. Yeah, and so I was reading up on one of them, and I texted Spence. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning. I was like, "Why did I read that? That's bad." Y'all don't do that. Y'all don't. Yeah,
You should
Spence
know
will.
better.
Yeah, Spence will have me, and Jay has Spence's number too. So, because she will come to my house. She'll be rolling up in here from where she's at, which is far, and she's like, "You made me ride all the way down here."
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, so yeah. What do you think, ma'am? Because I'm currently mid. Well, I'm not really mid argument. I just started something and then left. But this guy on Twitter gets on my ever loving nerves. Ever loving nerves.
What
Like,
guy?
I don't want to say who it is, but this guy
Oh,
is always on there. And I mean, he is like so far on the Karen Reed did it side.
I
Like
know who
he
you're
can't
talking
even
about.
see straight. I'm not even talking. I think you're probably thinking about a very popular person who is getting on my last good nerve. Like he's working my his name start with an I. Is that who you're thinking of?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Anyways, this guy, he's just baiting. He's just baiting. And so he put up a post that had a skeleton and it said something about me waiting for Jackson to pull something of substance about why Karen Reed is innocent out of this witness. That was like when they was talking about Proctor. And so I put the Judge Judy where she's tapping her wrist. Do you know what I'm talking about? That meme where Judge Judy is tapping her wrist? Like,
Oh,
come
yeah,
on,
yeah,
let's go. I
yeah.
put that on there. I said, me waiting for Lally to start his case in chief. And so then I left. And so then everybody went after him. They didn't go after him, but they're like, are you watching the same trial we're watching? Like, what
Some
are you
people kill
talking
me.
about? I mean, like, I can't. I cannot.
I think
I
some
guess it's kind
people.
of like the trauma stuff that you were talking about.
Yeah.
Like, I don't, I'm like, are you, what? It's gotta, they have to be doing it for clicks. They
Well,
have
I
to.
think they're doing it for attention.
Yeah, I mean, they have to, and that's why I was like, "I'm not gonna give you my attention," but today I gave him my for a minute. I gave him my, "Here you go. You wanted attention? Here you go.
Yeah.
Here's attention." And he's in there like, "Oh, he's systematically laying out the case so that when the ME comes on, it's like, yo, he's lost the jury. The jury don't remember nothing
Mm-mm.
except for that Trooper Proctor is not a good human being. That's what
Mhm.
they remember." And everything that Alan Jackson said in his opening statement that everybody poo pooed on and were like, there's no way, and that's such crap, and da 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 da. Boom. That's all I
Right.
got to say. Boom. He
Yeah.
brought receipts.
Today, whenever he said you should be ashamed.
Yeah, I'm not going to look, I just got goosebumps. I'm not going to lie to you. I choked up. I choked
Mm,
up because he's right. Ma'am,
he
ma'am.
is right. Mm-hmm.
I was talking to Zabi. Uh, But yeah, I mean, like he's absolutely right, and he knew that he could have caught a serious uh, pushback from the judge on that. That is not allowed. That is not
Yeah.
allowed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he took that
She
shot
jumped on him.
anyways.
She jumped all over him for it.
She did, but she didn't sanction him or anything.
Mm-mm.
But yeah, I did. I choked up a little bit because
She did
even
pull the
if
whole, you know better than that,
yeah,
Mr. Jackson.
I know. And he was like, "Yes, ma'am."
Mhm.
Yes, I do. So my thing though is that even if she was guilty, okay, no one, no one deserves to have to sit there and listen to that over and over and
Mhm.
over when she has no control over that.
Right.
She has no control over that. Oh, by where minty bees, what many minty bees have been had the last week and a half. Yeah, love you, Zabi.
Love you.
Love you. Behave yourself.
Yeah, that.
Um,
Do that. Behave
no, I know.
yourself. And she's gone. Oh, mental breakdowns. Many minty bees. Now I know what minty bees mean. Mm,
We love her.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth. Love you.
Love you, Zob. Um, anyways, yeah, I did. I choked up because he's right. How dare you? How
Mhm.
dare you? And then Tully, I got no issues with Tully, okay? But Tully saying, "Oh, I reprimanded him and I gave him a stern talking to."
Mhm.
Okay. Clearly that didn't work because he got up on the stand and acted like it was no big deal. But my thing is
Already, Steph? Already?
my my thing is that I have not forgotten the fact that they said he had a proffer.
Mm.
And so I wonder if he made a deal with the FBI. I'm not off. I know y'all said at the beginning QB's got her tin hat on. I am not off of the fact that I think that pizza place is a front. Just saying. It's gonna start over.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I
Um,
paused it.
but state of Georgia. Oh, that must be Young
It's
Thug.
the yeah, Young Thug.
Um, I'm just saying, and I don't know that if Proctor rolled or what, but there's word on the crime streets is that his wife came out and defended him about them text messages, and I'm gonna lose my absolute mind.
Ugh.
She stood by her man this whole time, and I think that's lovely. Nah, homie, it's no. Now's the time you stand down. This is not the time to stand by your man. No, no. Oh,
What?
uh, I just saw a thing from Zabi. Um, so okay, so I'm sorry, back to Young Thug. So they did a motion to recuse him, and he was like, "Yeah, no." And they were like, "No, you have to hear arguments." And he's like, "Yeah, no." He's like, "You can take it up with appeals at the end of the case. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong." Well, dude, you've already ruled on the whole freaking case by then. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't.
It's a lot. That was a lot. I mean, but
But
I have
he
to
knew,
say,
and he never denied that they had the ex parte. He never denied it. He was like, "Who told you? Who told you? I know you know because you. What did he say? You parroted what got said." That's what he said. And I was like, "What you mean he parroted what got said? What got said where, sir? What got said where? You mean in your chambers when you had that ex parte thing? That's what he parroted?" I was like, "Yo, that's not okay."
mhm.
But he wanted to know who it was, and I think, based on what he was saying, I think it was the attorney for the Woody guy.
Yeah.
Um, because she, as soon as they got done, she came out and she was like, "I'm out," and he's like, "She's fired," and they went at that all that, and then she was on Twitter making posts and stuff. I was like, "You might want to back that down. The case still going on, ma'am." Anyways,
I don't know. I really don't know much or nothing about it. I haven't watched maybe 5 minutes
I
altogether
watched,
out
like
of
I said,
all
I
the months
watched the
they've been
thing.
going.
Um, I mean, I was with the Kathy Russin, please don't update us again. Like, I keep getting dings and it's Young Thug and nobody cares. And she was like, yeah, I'll just wait. And I was like, you know what? You weren't wrong, man. You weren't wrong. The thing with lawyer, and his
Oh,
dad,
I know who you're talking about now with the eye, but I love him.
I'm very not happy with him right now.
I know, but I love
I did too. And
him.
I get updates because I follow him on the Twitter, but his stuff lately has been a little bit baity. It's been baity. I hate that. I hate baity stuff. So, anyways, yeah, that is not who I was responding to today. Reminder that MSP is also responsible. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Mm,
Absolutely. Yeah,
mm.
same people. Um yeah, they do things great up there. But
I understand what he's saying, what his argument is. I haven't watched all of his stuff. He's just basically
I think he got mad because of the that race came into it. I think that's where he got mad. And I understand that. He actually, I mean, that and the kids, um,
race. What
y-
race?
like rate like people of color versus people not people of color.
In the Karen Reed case?
Yes, yeah, some of the far lefty, righty. I don't know who's what, which side you want to call it, but um, we're
I
throwing
ain't
some.
heard nothing about race having anything
Yeah,
to do with it.
go read his stuff, his posts lately. You'll see it. And he was upset about the children too. I mean, basically, he's responding to. Here's the thing. Here's my thing with Turtle Boy. Okay, Turtle Boy brought attention to all of this. None of us would know anything about it if it wasn't for Turtle Boy. However, Turtle Boy's gotten just as clicky and out of control as everybody else. And it's become almost this who can be the 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 most obnoxious. And so I think that's where he started, not Turtle Boy, but Mel, um, is because Turtle Boy got on there and talked some trash about how he can't wait until Jen McCabe goes to prison and he hopes her kids are crying as they're toting her off and blah, 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 blah. And when she is no longer of this earth, that she's going to fry and just all this really just, it's just not necessary. And so I think that's what finally pushed him. He was on the fence. Mel was on the fence for the longest time. He's like, I can't get to the conspiracy, but I can see like, something don't seem right. But I think all that obnoxious behavior pushed him over the edge. Then I
Yeah.
get it. I get it, but I just don't agree with him right now. I just don't agree with him.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because he's lumping everyone that thinks that she might be innocent into that category with the far like what's the word I'm
Far,
looking
far and
for?
away people.
Yeah, like the people that are out of control. And so that's where my issue comes in because I'm one of those people that thinks I don't think she did it. And so but I'm not out there hollering for people to die or for people to, burn or, I hope your kids are crying. I'm not doing all that. So for me personally, it's like it feels like even though I know he don't even know who I am, but it feels like a personal attack. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So, but all of them, they need to. Mm. They need to slow their roll. Both sides. Both sides.
Yeah.
But this dude today, while Proctor is on the stand talking about all this abhorrent stuff, he's like, you just wait. Wait till the ME gets up there and backs everything up he's saying. What's he saying? He ain't said nothing. He ain't said nothing. 16 hours after it happened, he already had the whole case worked out. I mean, he never and I mean, I knew all this, or I had heard all this, but I didn't know it until they put it on today. That's why I kept saying, y'all wait for it, because I know it's coming. I know it's coming. And the last one was that one where he said he wished Karen Reed would unalive herself. And I was like, please tell me they're not leaving that one out, because that one needs to be in there. And then he hit that one at the end. So, but I have a feeling that she cut that that what they're saying about Yannetti meeting with Lucky, not the tow driver, the snowplow guy at the school. I have a feeling that that's actually what happened, because she
Yeah.
shut that whole thing down. She was like, we gonna strike it, we gonna reject it, we gonna rebuke it, we gonna she's like,
We're going to rebuke it.
we ain't having
Love
none
that.
of it. We're done. So anyways, that's all I got. I had all the words, but
We might have to be doing some Stephen Stearns
yo, so
stuff
much stuff.
soon.
So much stuff. And Miss Sarah Boone, her attorney did they had a hearing the other day, and the attorney was like, she was actually like legit. She was like, look, here's what I've done. I've she walks out of meetings with me because I won't tell her what she wants to hear. She wants to go over what she wants to go over, but she doesn't want to discuss the case and how we need to move forward. I'm trying to do this. I've tried to do this. She's accepted collect phone calls from her, okay, that she pays out of her pocket. Now, granted, she's an attorney, but she ain't getting paid nothing for this case because she's doing it as a public defender. So what, I got to pay to represent you? No. Mm-mm. So, but she was taking these collect calls from her. She was doing all this stuff. So she's like, here's the thing. This is what I'm doing. And so Sarah Boone's like, she's got a snotty attitude. Ma'am, seriously? Is that what we're fighting about, Ralph? So after that, it was like she wrote like a 53-page letter to the judge about why her attorney was a piece of crap. And so like, we're going to take this under advisement and then we'll get back to you. So I don't know what got said, or if the judge was like, you need to just go ahead and ask to be, I will sign it. Just do a motion to recuse yourself. And I'm just telling you right now, I'm going to sign it. I mean, at some point she's going to have to represent herself. We're going on number 9. And see, I gave her grace in the beginning. I was like, well, the first 2, they weren't her fault. Okay, well, now there's 6 more. So yeah. I always try to give. Okay.
Sorry, I'm just reading through this Madeline Soto.
Yeah, they released like a bunch of documents and stuff.
Yeah.
But they're still wondering about the mama.
Yeah, they are. We might have to be talking about this at some point coming up very, very soon.
And they did the motion for the death penalty, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Mom, hi.
Well, baby. Yeah, you got the box. Here you go.
Mom.
Here you go. Here's your egg.
Oh.
You want me to close it? She just woke up from a nap.
Oh, Lord.
Here you go. So she's kind of grouchy.
You know what? Me too.
It says this is just part of something that popped up onto
The
Court
court
TV about
TV? Yeah.
Madeline Soto, and it says investigators detailed video evidence that proved to them that Stearns was lying about his alleged timeline for the day Madeline was last seen alive. Though Stearns had told police he dropped Madeline off near her school at approximately 8:30 a.m., investigators said their surveillance showed him driving with Madeline's dead body, trigger warning, in the car nearly an hour before. In one video where Stearns can be seen throwing trash bags into the compactor at Jennifer's apartment complex, police said Madeline is in the car and appeared to be completely slumped over with her mouth ajar. When they
Yeah.
searched the compactor, detectives found Madeline's school laptop, backpack, and a trash bag containing one of her shoes. Videos, listen to this. Videos from traffic cameras allegedly show Stearns taking a completely different route than the one he reported to deputies he took on February 26th. And at one point, his car can be seen pulling into a garage near Holiday Inn Club Vacations. Once in the garage, hold on, QB dropped. Once in the garage, listen to this. Once in the garage, the male, Stephen Stearns, walked to the front passenger side of the vehicle, opened the door, and proceeded to carry what appeared to be a limp body to the trunk of the vehicle.
Yeah. Don't keep reading.
Yeah,
Well,
I did. I know.
yeah,
I mean, I already
it's
did, but I
yeah, I
wanted to
read it too,
talk
but I'm
about that
saying
part.
yeah. So yeah, and I have a feeling they're gonna push this through pretty quickly. Um Vinny did a thing. Vinny's done a couple things the last couple days,
Yeah, he
but
has. He's been
yeah,
staying on it.
he's been on that. But the mom, I think probably the mom has probably agreed to testify against him,
That's what I'm worried
and
about.
that's why they're not going after her, because there's no way all this stuff that's come out. There's no way. There's no way. No way. So, but anyways, yeah, I think you're right. So we can catch it from the beginning. I think they have like a pretrial hearing or something coming up. Let me look. I have it on my calendar. So we must have passed it already. I'll have to look it up. I think there's a pretrial hearing coming.
Man.
They did another press conference, another presser on Lisk today too.
Yeah.
That guy, I'm gonna tell you, that dude, I think there's bodies everywhere.
Yeah, I kinda feel like that too. He's
I
just
think
left a
there are
long
bodies
line.
everywhere. It's scary. It's scary for sure, because they just keep finding more and more and more and more. But there's a lot of unsolved cases that are around the area that he was in that they're now looking at too.
Mm.
That people fit like the basic, profile of the people that he went after.
Yeah.
So they're looking into those. Crazy. It's craziness. Craziness.
Mm.
But
Well, I'm I don't know when I'll do it. I would love to do it sometime this week. Have a maybe a nighttime discussion about this Stephen Stearns, and
yeah.
maybe look at some of the I don't know. I know that they've had I think I read they have like a 900-page evidence dump.
Yeah. And the thing with Florida, so Miss King just said it. She said they show their trials. Not only do they show their trials, their filings are all public record.
Mhm.
So anybody can get them. You don't have to have a warrant. You don't have to pay for them. They're all loaded into the FDLE website, and anybody can get them.
Well, I
So
know, I don't know how true that is because the docket had to pay 800 and some dollars for the FOIA request to get the body cam.
that's the body cam. That's the body cam. No, I'm talking about filings and stuff.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not talking about, like, if you want transcripts or if you want body cam, they charge like $100 a minute or something for body cam footage. It's ridiculous. Yeah, if you want body cam or if you want any video or transcript evidence, then yeah, you have to pay for that. But as far as their filings go, their motions and all of that, the judge's rulings, all of that stuff is all public record.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you got the body cam. It's ridiculous. It's
I
ridiculous
don't
what
know
they
why
charge
they
for that
do
body
that
cam.
though. I don't know why they do that because some of them they just plop it. They're like, "Here you go." Like they don't care
Yeah.
for it to be public, you know? It doesn't make sense to me why they can charge for some and some they don't bother charging.
Oh man. Hello.
Hmm?
Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay. I thought I dropped out. Especially with how big true crime has become, and then also like YouTube and stuff like that, creators. Like, I think they're trying to keep either they need to hire a whole department to handle those requests, or they have to figure out a way that they can pay the people to process them, which is we're going to charge you $100 a minute for y'all to sorry, Kathy Rustin. I like her.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't know how she does what she does because she's deep into Young Thug, but she's also posting about like 3 or 4 other cases. I'm like, ma'am, do you sleep?
Yeah, I know.
Like, but I like her. She's always respectful, and yeah.
Yeah, I
So,
like Kathy Russin too.
but
Ooh, Steph said toasted Asiago cheese
yeah,
bagel, chive cream cheese, fried egg, bacon, tomato, and caramelized onion.
that's that sandwich from that place that she goes to. Um,
Yummy.
yeah. See, okay. Did you get the last tweet from Mel?
Sure I did. Let me go look. Because that's what I was looking at a while ago.
This is the problem that I have. It's like he's justifying the behavior of Proctor because people on the other side have done similar things. And I'm not okay with that. That last post, it's like um I mean, I get what he's saying, but in none of these tweets is he like saying shame on you, Proctor. Shame on you.
Right.
He's like, oh, well, the free Karen Reed people are hypocrites because they're upset about Proctor when they do the same thing. No, I didn't do the same thing. You didn't do the same thing. Steph didn't do the same thing. Spins didn't do the same. Lauren didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like none of us did the same thing, and we're offended. We're offended by that behavior. Anyways, that's just take the graphic content and put the QB thing up there. QB warning and all those things. I'm just saying it's I don't think it's an accident how he's wording it because he's a journalist. So it makes it sound like he is saying it's okay because the opposite side did similar stuff. None of it's okay. None of it's okay. Say that. I'm fine with you admonishing the other side for being hypocrites. Absolutely. You don't get to be mad about it when you've done equally terrible stuff, but be mad at all of them. But the people in the middle, don't be mad at them. Anyways, though I'm gonna go. I have to do one more. Now I want to. Talking to Spence yesterday, I'm like, I have to stop because I want to do like just doing the little part in the hallway where the AC leaked. I was hurting so bad last night, and I'm like, I want to do my whole house, and she's like, I don't think so, ma'am. And I'm like, but, and she's like, no, and I'm like, but. Anyway.
No, I got 50 things on my phone going off at the same
I
time.
know they're all everybody's getting back to their office for the day. They're like, you ain't gonna believe this.
Margaret's talking about a bagel sandwich.
Oh no!
Steph
Now I
said
want
she
a
can
bagel
make 4 more.
sandwich.
She can make 4 more. The
Pretty
egg
sure they'll
toots.
be gone by the time I get there.
Ooh, egg toots. No egg toots.
No, those are bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna
Yep.
go. Dale's gonna be home soon with supper, and we're gonna.
I love that they go. What do they go like every 2 weeks to get their hairs cut?
Yes, they wear me out.
They're so cute. They're so cute. Like
It's
going to
their
get their
thing.
hairs cut. That's sweet though. I think it's sweet.
And it's literally every 2 weeks.
I know it's often. It's definitely often.
Yeah, cracks me up. They crack me up.
Spence said, "I are smart, ma'am. You should listen to me more often." Yeah, she definitely got me. I was like, but I could do my whole. She's like, nope. And I was like, but I could. Nope. Okay.
Not the whole thing.
Nope. So I got to do one more swipe of the hallway, with the steam carpet cleaner thingy, and then I think I'm good. Bye, Lauren. Love you. See you tomorrow. Oh, we got court tomorrow. It's not going to be as fun. It's just not going to be as fun anymore.
With Proctor not there getting.
Yeah, like getting hammered. Like at least it was
Right.
interesting.
Right?
I mean, I was mad, but at least it was interesting.
Well, at least there was even a Proctor on the stand. We could have been.
I think he had no choice. I think
Yeah.
they called his bluff and he had no choice. And I'm glad he called him because if the defense would have called him, that would not have gone the same. They would not have been able to go after him like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Lally was very. I understand what he did. He went for the text messages, but if you look at it, nothing factual really came out of it. Like nothing. He didn't review any photos. He didn't review any evidence. He didn't. I mean, it was basically predominantly about the text messages, and that's a shame. That's a shame. That your lead investigator, that is what you spent 2 days on. 2 days.
Was
2 days.
nasty scoundrel text messages.
Yeah, 2 days. 2 days. And so, and you know, like Tally was Tally. I don't know. Lally. No, that's anyways, the dude that Tully that just came up. I was doing Tully and Lally together. He, you know, he said, well, I admonished him. What about the other dudes that were on there?
Yeah.
Mechanic was on there. The 2 other dudes were on there. I mean, it's systematic. The fact that I know you want to go. I hadn't been on here in a minute. The fact that he felt so comfortable to say those things to his bosses tells me it's systemic.
Oh yeah. 100%.
It's systemic. I mean, like absolutely. And I know, okay. I know the nudes thing, I don't want y'all to think I'm defending him because I am not, but I can almost understand it because many times when you seize a phone, there are always nudes on the phone. And you run across them. You're not like maybe even looking for them. You just like, oh man,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
so I can almost see that when he said no nudes yet, I don't
Then
know
he was I get that.
that he was saying, and I don't know. I mean, he's a smarmy, SOB, so he probably was looking for them. Okay. But I can that one I could almost see because like no nudes yet. Like I haven't seen them yet. They're there because they're always there.
Mhm.
And so that was the only one where I was like, and I think he probably was looking for nudes because he was the way that he was objectifying her and talking about her and all that stuff. But that one I was like, "Meh." But
Right. I
anyways,
mean, I could see him saying, like you said, exactly that about no nudes yet, because it's
yeah.
basically kinda like saying with every other phone we get, there's always nudes.
Every
I ain't
time we
found no
open a
nudes yet.
phone, every time, big old dude on the phone, naked, naked,
Right.
or Nikki,
Naked.
Nikki. It's funny you say that because that's what I used to always say to my kids. Are you naked?
Naked.
Oh, anyways, all right, go be with your family. Hug the babies.
Will do. And Lord, come back. Baby, come
You.
back. There you
Oh,
are.
sorry. Hey, I was saying hug the babies, and I said no, they're not all babies anymore. How do you, Zabi, and Chris all have your babies graduating?
I don't know. He's still my
I'm
baby though.
I know. Well, I got a 26-year-old, almost 27-year-old that's 6'5". He's still my baby.
My baby.
My baby. My baby that's about to be responsible for me. I'm scared, y'all.
Oh, he'll take good care of his
I
mama.
know he will. I know he will. I know he will. So,
He'll be afraid
anyways,
not to.
he should be afraid not to. He should be afraid not to.
Oh,
So,
well, y'all, I'm gonna go in there in the kitchen and get me a big old spoon to stick down in this peanut butter and
serving size.
chocolate spread.
The whole
Mhm.
jar is the serving size.
That's
So,
what I'm fixing to do.
all right, ma'am, I'm going to jump down if I can
I'll
get
have
my
dessert
phone.
before I have dinner because I'm hungry.
I did that yesterday. I was so busy doing stuff. I had like snack, and then I had Fruity Pebbles for dinner. I
There
was
you
like,
go.
that probably wasn't best
I'm really an
combo.
adult.
I am. I can do whatever I want. Dang it. I'm a whole adult, so
Mhm.
I did have cake for breakfast.
Mm.
Anyways, all right. I'm jumping down. Morgana. I'm jumping down. Do your goodbye. I love you, mean it, and I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Love you,
All right,
babe.
y'all.
Thanks for coming up.
Bye. Yes, ma'am. Thanks for having me.
Good chitter
Bye.
chat. That was good to hear from her. Um, yeah, and everybody, before you head out, again, I know you already did, but again, put some hearts and hugs and emojis, prayers, and all the good things in the chat for Miss QB. And you know, she's got some upcoming stuff soon, so and I'm sure she's nervous. I would be, but you got this. I mean, you got this and you're going to feel so much better. You're going to feel so much better. All right, youngins, I'm going to scooch. I'm going to scooch. But we'll be back in the morning, 11 a.m. Eastern, to get back on the Karen Read. And yeah, I appreciate you guys for joining me today. Thank you. I appreciate you joining and hanging out with us all day and all the things. So I love y'all, and we'll see you back again at 11 in the morning. Thumbs up, hashtag replay, like, subscribe, all the things. Okay? Bye.